Hello, hello. Music's way too loud. Do I want to be able to hear my music, or do I want to be able to actually focus? The balance. Forgive me as I take a minute to set up again. Forgive me. And let's see how long it takes YouTube to realize I'm live. It took about 2 seconds. Nice. Let me throw on my thumbnail. Streams! Welcome, Shadow. Good morning to you. I made a second thumbnail for today. There it is. Boom. And I should probably actually get in my chat as well. How are we sounding? Sounding normal? Sounding loud? Oh, I didn't press the... Did I press the noise cancellation thing? Did I press the noise cancellation thing? I don't remember doing that, but maybe I did. Please hold. Please hold. Alright, pause. I had not. Ooh. Alright. Big difference, hopefully. Or at least a, positive difference. Alright, we back. We ready. Let's see if Mullet trickles in here soon. He Dick Trickles or Cole Trickles his way in here. How did they get away with... Wasn't his name Cole Trickle? How were they able to use Trickle? That'd be like if I made a racing movie and I named my last name Earnhardt. Oh, well, I'm Skillet Earnhardt, so... Not that Dick Trickle is on the same level of... Why am I... Dude, it's 3 minutes into stream, I'm talking about Dick Trickle. NASCAR legend. But you know what I mean? You feel me? Let's see. Throw this in the playlist. And it should have the same tags. It does. Let's make sure we all know what game I'm playing again, just in case there was any question. Save. And then I probably should keep the title consistent. Copy. Not just, here's port 2. Save. Did I save those changes? Uh-oh. Yes. Yes, I did. Also went back and added timestamps for important events in yesterday's stream. It took me forever to have chapters pop up. Like the timestamp marks worked, but it wasn't showing the chapters, and I realized it's because I had a line directly under the timestamps that was affecting it. It's like, I didn't know that did that. But now if you want to go see postseasons or drafts, big trades that happened, you can go back and look at the timestamps. I marked, I think, everything of note. Not like every single little detail, like, oh, we signed... what was a free agent signing we had at some point yesterday? Not many, because we had most of our roster under contract. Like Ben Simmons. I didn't mark when we signed Ben Simmons. Maybe I should. No, he didn't. He didn't not work out. I mean, he was a third point guard on the roster that played very, very, very sparingly. So Mullet didn't know I went live. I don't know how to prove. How can I prove I was live within 22 minutes? I don't know. Ooh, and I have a big thing to show. Okay, let me rephrase. I have a big news thing to uh I'll just yeah, my bad, Mullet. Welcome in. I meant to also post that there and I forgot. Let me send this in let's see. Let's make the rounds here. Potatoes and I'll throw it in pot roast again, just in case anybody wants to hang out. Oh, and this one. There we go. All right. First of all, the thing I do want to show, expansion is coming. Thanks to, again, Octi, I was able to navigate the uh, share files enough. It's still a mess, and most of the teams are just not showing up. But I was able to actually find his Sonics and Rollers versions. So Seattle and Las Vegas are coming back to, well, not coming back. Seattle is coming back, and Las Vegas is coming in to the NBA for the first time. And we'll have to decide exactly what teams, what else we want in the future. There is one specific team that was going to appear in Octi's franchise that he audibled out. That I'm excited because I'm going to use it, and that'll be a third stream type of thing. So that's a little teaser, but we'll get there. So we are ready for the finals today, the 27-28 finals, I believe. Yeah, May 29th, 2008 is our current date. We can look at our roster real fast before we get to it. I was looking at Swigo. I really like his stats for the most part. The 3-point rating being up to A minus, the post defense being up to an A minus, and the rebounding, I think when he got drafted was a C. It might have just been a flat C or else a C plus. It's up to B. His IQ's up to B. This is a good player. He's only 21. Now his potential isn't great, so he's not going to get a ton better. But I can see him kind of finally taking minutes away next year, whether that's from Cat and or Robinson, or if they're both still on the roster. We'll see. Now we have just made the finals, so this isn't like I'm getting rid of Cat as soon as possible. Like we'll see what happens. Curious why they have grade. They do have numbers. It is just kind of easier to look at the grades, but we can hit detailed, and we can see everything right here. He's got an 83 3-ball, which is only one lower than Towns, and he's got double the free throw of Mitchell Robinson. Now his rebounding isn't as good. Shot IQ is high. Speed is terrible, of course. He's 7'4", 250, so that's not out of the ordinary, I guess. Interior defense, 86. 59 block is on par with Towns, but again, you look at Mitchell, 87, and the rebounding, 98. That's not even high, to be honest, for Mitchell Robinson. 98. And then defensive rebound. Look at the defensive rebound. He's a good player. He's a good young player. I don't think he can play 20 minutes a game right now, and I don't know if he'll ever get to that point. But yeah, that's accurate. FIFA does a thing where they give you a range of numbers. Oh, that's pretty cool. I think Madden used to do that. There were some Maddens that did, at least. I think I think honestly in Madden 12, I think that's the way it works. Um, to a degree, it depends. Yeah, it depends on how much you scout. Yeah, and there were some after that. I think that's how it should be. To be honest, I don't think you should draft a player and then you instantly know like, oh, they're a you know. It used to be like that in Madden. They would instantly show you their overall rating, and if you got a bust, it's like, well, I needed to still draft this player, this position. So I think he does need to play more. Another thing is tendencies. So Mitchell Robinson has no tendencies to shoot close, but like shooting in general, Towns obviously is going to shoot a lot. Swego's in between, and if you look at the entire roster, like Diawara has a very high shot tendency, whereas Hart has a very low tendency. Bridges is pretty high. Our rookie Mayhop is pretty high. That's interesting. And then Brunson's a 99, so that's why he can put up 50 in the playoffs pretty easily. Scouting numbers slowly adjust too, just by playing against them. So if I'm scouting a guy who I play against after the game, his range will get a tad smaller. That's cool too. That'd be a good way to like learn other teams' players' overalls instead of just here they are. I like that idea. I don't know if 2K would ever do that, or Madden probably wouldn't again. But so yeah, the anyway, the letter grade kind of just corresponds to the number. But if you're ever like, hey, what's the letter grade actually mean? You can just kind of go in here and Brownie's got a 90 dunk. That's pretty cool. At 6'2". Knicks, I can recall, had another former point guard that was a bit of a smaller guy, the smallest, and could dunk pretty well. Nate. Yeah, I don't know how. He had a 6 overall jump, other than the fact that he played in G League, which again shows how broken the G League is in 2K. I don't know. I guess we should be signing guys to two-way deals and just having them play in the G League, and then they can be starters all of a sudden. LeBron paid 2K to boost his son's dev. Well, let's see what his potential is. Let's see. He does have okay. For some reason, it doesn't show a number for potential. You have to go in and look manually for that. Well, that's also because there are different potential ratings. There's max, there's minimum, there's average, there's boom percent, there's bust percent. Bryce should go two-way for that kind of boost. I guess so. He's only got C potential right now. I guess maybe we should think about that. He's also up for a contract. He's a 73 and he's pretty young, so he's probably going to want kind of decent money, but that's a problem for future Skillet in about half an hour. Is there anything else to look at? I tinkered around a little bit in here after stream and then again last night, but I don't really think I did anything of note. I did see we can look at jersey sales. Oh, the Nets, yes. So the Nets, I am moving back to New Jersey. I wanted to add a new team to be in Brooklyn, and I was thinking I was just going to rebrand the Brooklyn Nets to be like the Brooklyn whatever, and I was going to add a new team to be the New Jersey Nets. Well, I just moved Brooklyn back to New Jersey. That way they have all their career stats and everything. Historic stats. Which, yeah, Giannis maybe now wishes he stayed in Charlotte. I don't know. I don't know. Something to think about. That is a weird looking team still. Giannis, Sword Thompson. And the Pistons, again, to not make the playoffs after letting Sword Thompson walk to have 1 year of Kevin Durant. Just a bad move. And then also I just just saw we got Luka on the Pacers. I forgot that. Had to remember that. Whatever I'm trying to say. Brooklyn City picked up and relocated to New Jersey, like the SpongeBob episode where they moved the whole town. We should take the Brooklyn Nets and push them back to New Jersey. That idea might be crazy enough to get us all killed. All right. So the New Jersey's back. We'll eventually probably add a Brooklyn team, and I don't want to spoil the other ones for the stream. But the thing I was actually going to show, jersey sales. So Giannis, this is interesting that it tracks this, but Giannis with the Nets sold the most jerseys this year. Kevin Durant going to the Pistons, and then everyone wanted a Luka Pacers jersey. And you got established players. Kyrie, having gone to the Heat, sold a lot of jerseys. Dame to the Cavs is up here. There's Jalen. James Harden, after being traded to Portland from Sacramento for a first rounder, along with Ayton for another first rounder. That was the trade to Sacramento. What? How did Harden get to? Yeah, I also bought a Luka Pacers jersey. I'd buy a Wadsworth Wellington Colts jersey. I'd do that. I've never shown this, but this typically tracks your bench unit pretty accurately, which is why I don't mess with it. Is this accurate? I don't think so. We're starting Obi right now, aren't we? Yeah. So technically that's not accurate, but the minute distribution should be fine. Why is all this happening again? Somebody was hurt, and I decided to completely switch up the starting lineup. We put Obi in for... Oh, it was DiVincenzo. DiVincenzo was hurt. He is back now, and he's healthy. And he's shooting really well in the playoffs. But again, he doesn't take a ton of shots. So, again, I can... where did we end up trading McBride? Was it the Bucks? If we look at his shot tendency, it's going to be pretty low, I bet. Yeah. 50. This is why Miles McBride doesn't score more than, like 12. I was going to say 10, but that's why last year he was under 10. And also, we can go look at Nembhard, who also has only a 50, which is why he only averaged 8.5 for us and then 10 this year for Golden State. And then in the playoffs, he still only averaged 9. I hope you're seeing this, John. Yeah, John, come back in here and look at this. Get a load of this. DiVincenzo's got 65, so that's higher than McBride, and he's shooting very well. But I also just kind of want Brunson to take as many shots as possible still. And I haven't edited any of these things, by the way. He just has a 99 tendency. I want to make that clear as well. And like Diawara, like if I was going to edit something, I would take his shot tendency down, to be honest. I like him as a prospect. He's still just 23 years old. Obviously, he has not played a ton of games for us. He played more games than this because he played in real games, but once we took over, he played in 11 games. He's only played in 31 regular season games since then. So he's just kind of been stuck in the rotation behind other guys. He thinks he's him. He's the man. He's the Terrence man. So just some things to note before we get started here, I guess. I put timestamps on the last stream. I already said that, but I don't think you were in here, Mullet. I've also posted that, but I don't know if you saw. So pretty much everything I thought was notable, I timestamped, and I'll try to keep up with that for every stream I do. We can look at our playoff stats so far. Brunson averaging 30 and 6. Towns 20 and 9. I still like that Towns is, he's not going to be a 25-point scorer again, playing with Brunson especially. But he's maintained like 20 and 10 throughout the entire series so far. So I'm still happy with Towns, and he's going to be making less money going forward. Now, is he going to be regressing more? Yeah. Eventually, might we entertain the idea of trading him? He is 32, so unless he's going to be a Knick to the end of his career, it's possible that we could trade him eventually. But right now, he's still our second best player. He's still quite good, so I don't think there's a need to trade him. Um, and really, the same with Bridges. He's a good three. He's been a good three, and I know again with John, we can show OG's tendencies as well. He's now with the Lakers, of course, after the Luka trade. Learn the alphabet, Skillet. Okay, this is not in order. Hold on. Oh, I'm looking at stats. That's the Lakers didn't make the playoffs. That's why. I was like, and I'm going the wrong way. It's like, where are the Lakers? They didn't make playoffs. OG has a 55 shot tendency. This is why he only averages 12 and a half for us. Or actually, that's the Pacers. Oh, we traded him after year one. I forgot that. You know what? In the test, I actually kept him for another season. And I think he averaged 12. And then with the Pacers here, he averaged 12. His scoring went up with the Lakers because he was literally the only good player on the team. Like he had a 24, a 27, a 32. He had to be the one to take shots. And even then, he had games like here he had 13 on 12 shots. Here he had 31 against the Pacers if they lost. He was only 10 of 23. So here he had 6. Now, again, he had 36. He can have good games, which is why he raised his average. But he's just not consistent enough. And he doesn't do enough consistently in the game. He's a very good player in real life. I think we got, even having to include a first round pick, I like the trade that we made to get him to the Pacers for Nembhard and Ovi. And obviously we ended up flipping Nembhard for a couple of picks after a year, but we've still been good. We've maintained being good through 3 years now. We're in the finals now. We're the best we've been. And it's an interesting team. It's not quite the team I envisioned putting together. I liked being able to get Hawkes after he had just won 6th Man of the Year. He'd probably be a starter right now if his 3-point rating was any better. It's odd that he can shoot free throws at an 82% clip, but only 27 from 3. It's just the way he is. He's got a 72 3-ball, 78 free throw. But he does a lot of things really well, so that's why he plays a lot of minutes. The blue and orange team is going to win a trophy. You know what, Mullet? I bet you're right. Well, why don't we get into it? I don't think there's anything else to show or to do. Oh, here's the news about the Nets moving back to New Jersey, by the way. What's it say? Struggling to read. To see. The Nets relocation attempt to East Rutherford has been approved. Hashtag East Rutherford Strong, says Brett Siegel. New color, well, not really new colors. New name, well, no, not really, but okay. Not really, but all right. Anything else you want to see? Anything else you can think of that you want to see? I don't think I have anything else to show. Here's our governor, Philip Turner. Money and patience are not important to him. We have a total budget of $344 million a year. There's Daphne. That's a heck of a stance, you know? Heck of a stance. A reminder of our staff. There's Daphne. Does it say her name? It does say her name. Okay. Mike Brown. Do we not have an assistant coach? Aren't assistant coaches in the game? I don't see. Quick Nav? No, that's just the menus. I don't know. I don't know if we have an assistant coach. Daphne with the power stance. Want to see a sweep? Oh, if we lose game one, that's a problem. All right, I think we're finally ready. Here, I would put a timestamp, and then I would keep going. I'd fast forward. All right, we're gonna start the 2028 NBA Finals. Knicks Thunder. We are going to simcast. We could try simcast live. We could try it. Let's try it. Now this is interesting. Also, I don't know if I should have said this before we started. Kyle Kuzma is starting because Chet is out. We'll look at his injury after. But Chet, when I forwarded to game one, it became apparent that Chet was injured live on Peacock. How people are showing games on, oh, Kuzma for three. Nope. Remember the Kuzma trade? Remember when I accepted that and was like, oh, we can. Shea gets a three. I'm not going to play the whole game like this. But what happened? Oh, it stuttered. That was weird. Or I'm not going to show the whole game like this. We'll put it on fast here in a second. As Obi misses a three. Yeah, remember when I accepted the trade and I was like, hey, we could. I'd love to see Kuzma bring them down. Well, they still managed to get to the finals. It could still happen. As Shea's just going to score all the points. All right, let's fast. Why it's just stuck? I don't like the stutter. Can we pause and then sim cast regularly? I don't think that's possible. I think that used to be possible. But this is kind of more in depth because you can actually call your substitutions and timeouts and things. I don't want to quit because the game started now. I guess we'll just go fast. That's the fastest it can go. All right, we're gonna have Chet broken wrist out 2 to 4 weeks. Says right down there at the bottom. Glad they have refs on locations on the court. Yeah, that does help. That helps know when they're gonna call a foul for Shea. I think we are just gonna sim because this is gonna take a long time. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there used to be a way to back out and then just simcast from there. If we quit, unsave progress. I guess I'm just going to sim to end. I know I'm not going to get VC, so. Here we go, game one final. 142-106 Knicks. Okay. Well, Kuzma was 1 of 7 from 3. But nobody else really stepped up either, except Shea. So, Bridges puts up 30. Brunson and Obi with 23. That's so big from Obi Toppin, dude. He's become a starter here in the finals. I guess it's been throughout the playoffs, I think. And then look at Hawkes playing 30 minutes. Did somebody foul out? No. He just played 30 minutes. All right. Well, if he's going to score 17, Hart had 10, playing his heart out still. Oh, here's the problem. He either got really unlucky with the fouls and only played 11 minutes, or he got hurt. Karl Anthony Towns is hurt. Mitchell Robinson played 34 minutes. I've found the problem. Oh boy. Let's see what the damage is. I earned 16 VC from that, by the way. Huge. He's not hurt, apparently. I want to be sad about it, but look what they did without him. That is true. He's just not hurt. Karl Anthony Towns he just only wanted to play 11 minutes. We can look at the game plan. It's set to play him 36. Maybe he had an injury that he couldn't play through during the game, but he's fine now. Normally it would say even if he's fine now, though. Huh. Well, I would say that's still a pleasant surprise, despite putting up 142 mostly without him. Not injured after 2 healthy lungs. No punctured lungs. Yeah, I don't know. That's a maybe that's a product of the Simcast Live. I don't know. And here it says he played 10. The fouls must just have been really, really unlucky. And then maybe because we were winning in the fourth quarter, he just never came back in. I don't know. The coaching staff just went rogue and decided to play Mitchell 34 minutes tonight. He had 9 offensive rebounds. We're going to have to start calling him Mitchell's me-bounds. But that's fine. If he can do that and then kick it out and Bridges scores 30, that's fine. He can get me-bounds. All right, game 2. We'll simcast every finals game. Probably on fast. Here we go, game 2. The scout wants me to give more minutes to DiVincenzo and to Hawkes. Well, who do I take minutes off? Just like Scooby and gang always say, let Daphne cook. Was Cook the last name of the other option for our GM? I should probably tell you the story of those 4. Yeah, Maggie Cook. So when Shadow was helping me pick, I sent him like 15 different faces. One of them resembled me, and we ended up not going with that one as the final option. As we apparently have game 2 in the bag, by the way. But he told me he told me some very interesting names I could use for these characters. I ended up picking Wadsworth Wellington Sr. on my own, as we do win game 2 in a blowout. That's incredible. DiVincenzo 18 off the bench, like that. Towns, much better game. He actually played, and he played a lot. And he had no fouls. Josh Hart ends up fouling out. Still plays his 29 minutes. It appears they can't really compete. Oh my, Shea with 10. It would appear they can't really compete with us right now. What was I saying? Thank you, Shadow, for helping on my B-Day stream. He did. He did assist. Ultimately, Daphne Keene was one of the 2 that I chose in the final 4, but I liked the 2 that he came up with. Yeah, so it was it Maggie Cook or Maddie? Maggie. So I came up with the backstories, but he was digging Maggie there. So, and then I asked him for a name. He said Maggie. So. Yeah, I just like to. I just wanted to add another little element of realism, I guess. Even if it's fake people and not just fake, but like 2 of them are. Well, one in Wadsworth is just made up by me, and then the Michael B. Jordan character was, of course, 2K's creation 10 years ago. Orange Juice. Not to mention Denver Levins. Man, you missed a lot, Mullet. 2K16 and 17. I guess we're going to keep it rolling, as like our entire roster is on a hot streak. They got off to a nice start here in game 3, but we're having a heck of a second quarter, 41 points. And we beat them down in the third as well. Well, you called for a sweep. 122-104 in game 3. What's Kuzma averaging here? 13. I would argue he's actually not been the problem. Jalen Williams has not done much. Shea isn't really elevating his game. His 3-point percentage is way down. And without Chet, they got out-rebounded 52-33 in this game. We made 18 more shots, 5 more threes. Their only hope was, imagine that, free throws. They had 54 free throw attempts. We only had 22, which honestly isn't too bad for 2K Sim, but 54 is obviously a lot more than that. I think they've made an error. I think they've broken apart their core too much, where they still have Shea, Jalen Williams, and of course Chet is hurt. But like, this isn't Jabari Smith, is it? No. They had so many picks and they just kept them. Now, granted, I don't have CPU trades on to where they can just happen willy-nilly. So maybe in real life they'll trade a lot of those picks. But in 2K, they drafted so many players that they weren't able to actually bring back the depth of their roster. Now, they still got to the finals, and they could still come back. It's not over yet. It's 3-0. They could still come back. So let's not count the chickens. Did a FIFA career where I made a new team, kind of like Ted Lasso, where the coach was a former rugby star, but the players all had backstories and were from all over the world. Mentality was super aggressive, seeing as he was a coach from rugby. True. There were red cards very frequently. Back to the sweep. Let's see if it happens. It could be a gentleman's sweep if the Thunder can get on the board here. Is there any chance of Chet playing in this game 4? No. Sorber, yeah, we're a couple years in now. Sorber had another torn Achilles. That's unfortunate too. But yeah, no Chet, broken wrist. He also wasn't playing phenomenally well in the playoffs. I'd like to think we could still have won some games even if Chet had played. What I would really hate is to win this game and have like Jalen Brunson getting hurt because he played 40 minutes. Now, again, I don't want to underestimate our opponent. The last time I almost sort of kind of underestimated our opponent. The Raptors beat us in 5 or 6. But it would be kind of cool to see our bench get some minutes here. So we're going to pull off a little bit in terms of the minute distribution. All right, let's do it. Game 4, NBA Finals for our first championship. Our motto, which I didn't say, but it's on the thumbnail, win the chip. Let's see if we can get it done in a sweep. Here we go. We're up early. Thunder hanging around. High scoring first quarter again. 40-point first quarter. We take those. Up 12 at the end of the first quarter. They've outscored us by 10 and taken the lead. At the half, we're going to be up 3 maybe. Might have been tied. We're hovering around a 5-point lead at the moment. This is it! Still maintaining. Went without a point there for a minute, and the Thunder have the lead. 9 minutes to go. Going back and forth. Tied up. Thunder lead, Knicks lead, Thunder lead, Knicks lead, Thunder lead, Knicks lead, Knicks, Thunder, Knicks. Oh, there's under a minute to go. Oh, we're up by 3. We win by 1. Sweep. The New York Knicks, mark it down in the history books, have won their first NBA championship since 1979, 7, something like that. Something like that. And Jalen Brunson is your finals MVP. I think that's well deserved. 25 points a game, 6 assists. Not a whole lot else, but that's kind of all we wanted from him. Just shoot the ball. Shoot the ball and pass when the man's open. 40% from 3. We have won our first championship of the series against probably the best team, unfortunately, in the NBA in real life. You love to see it. With this group of fellows right here. We brought back Obi Toppin. We kept the core together other than OG. Even bringing back DiVincenzo. Bronny is a champion. Luigi Swigo, our first draft pick of the series, is a champion. Even John's favorite Mohamed Douara is a world champion. This group of fellows have made it happen. The final playoff statistics: Brunson averaged 29. Now to get that three-peat from the test. 29 and 6 from Brunson throughout the playoffs, about 20 and 9 from Towns, 18 from let me restart. Let me try that again. Remember what I said about Mikal Bridges? I wanted him to be on par with Towns. I don't know if I clarified what I meant by that, but I just meant scoring. And I didn't mean I wanted Towns to come down. I wanted Bridges to continually go up. And he has. He was averaging 15. Then he was averaging 15 and a half. Then he was averaging about 16 and a half. And then he raised it in the playoffs. Shooting the ball incredibly well. 49% from the field, 42 from 3, and 90 at the line in 32 minutes. I don't see a world where we trade any of these three guys in this offseason. Now, Brunson, after winning Finals MVP, could pull a Kenneth Walker. He has a player option, much like Luka Doncic with the Pacers, where he could decline that and potentially leave. That would be devastating. the highs and lows, potentially, of the stream dynasty here. I don't think that'll happen. I'm obviously going to throw all the money at him. We've done a good job of taking care of our salary. The only thing I haven't done well, honestly, was the trades that I made, not realizing I was going to take on dead cap for this year. That all goes away next year. We are going to have plenty of cap room to sign Brunson to whatever he wants. If he wants a blank check, if he wants a key to the city, we can give it to him. Now to turn it into a dynasty. If he tries to leave us, Daphne grabs. Oh no. Daphne is going to supply him with $100 billion on the side. It's going to be a Kawhi Leonard situation. Okay, maybe not $100 billion, but it's going to happen. He'll be back. The Knicks have won their first championship in over 50 years, about 50 years. What can they do next? Here we will find out. Player retirements. Kevin Durant will retire after a just whatever year in Detroit. He's just out there playing for the love of collecting the check. James Harden also wants to retire. He is a much worse player at this point, at an 80 overall, but he's got a $58 million deal lined up. I kind of can't imagine him retiring. Now, Kevin Durant could not retire and still get paid as well. Oh, no, I can't. I already did overturn his retirement, actually. Did I ruin the Pistons dynasty by overturning Kevin Durant's retirement decision last offseason? Kind of seems like it. A career of all time. Where does James... Because when I was talking about Paul George, I was like, he's maybe a top 100 player of all time. James Harden's got to be much higher than that. Because at his peak, I mean, he was averaging 36 a game. This stretch right here with Houston, is probably like top. I mean, this individual stretch in this era is probably like top 20-ish. Now for his entire career, minimum like top 50. So I would put him well above Paul George. He'll be a Hall of Famer. I think I am going to let him go because he's going to regress. He's 38, and he can join his former teammate in retirement, as well as DeMar DeRozan. He was traded. Was he traded with Harden to Portland? I think so, from Sacramento. Harden 100% higher. Yeah, yeah. Now he didn't have even as much playoff success, I don't think, as Paul George. Paul with the Pacers, I think, eclipsed any James Harden playoff runs. So, I mean, maybe some PG truthers might bring that up, but some podcast P truthers. Tobias Harris will ride off into the sunset. I don't know why I said it like that. He's retiring. Jimmy Butler as well as Dame. We could override Dame's retirement. He does have a 23 million dollar deal on the table. He kind of is with the Cavs because of the James Harden trade to Sacramento. I don't think there's a world where we sign him. I don't think it's in the cards this time around, Mullet. So I think I'm going to honor his decision to retire. He put in 15 hard years. He got back from injury. Dame rental if Brunson leaves. All right, Dame. You heard the man. You heard the assistant GM of this franchise. One more year. Oh, Norman Powell wants to retire now, too. He still has 2 years on his deal, but he's down to a 76. The former All-Star. He's probably not going to play in anybody's rotation. And then we've got a lot of, to be frank, non-consequential players retiring. A lot of them. Don't want to miss anybody, but no, Gabe Vincent and Xavier Tillman. Split time with Bronny in that scenario. Well, he's also still under contract with Cleveland, but we could trade for him potentially. Not base. Oh man. I think I saw Gary Harris go by. Jonas Valanciunas. And Buddy Hield at a 69 overall. Decided to hang it up. All right, staff retirements. Nate McMillan, who was the head coach. Oh, now we know why. Now we know why the Lakers didn't make the playoffs with Nate. Terry Stotts, as an assistant, is going to retire, and Liam Rose. Okay. To the Hall of Fame goes KD, James Harden, and DeMar DeRozan does make it. Are we surprised about anybody not making it? Was there anybody notable? DeMar actually ends up playing more games than KD or Harden. The longevity factor. I don't know. DeMar, also a very good player all time. 20 points a game, 4-4. I don't know. I don't know if I think I might put him in the Hall of Very Good for this era of basketball. But 3 new Hall of Famers. Jersey retirements: Harden by the Rockets, KD only by the Thunder. That seems accurate to me. But not DeRozan by the Raptors. Unfortunate. Now, league meetings, we do need to accept only 9 teams, 1 expansion. We are going to approve that and obviously let the expansion teams into the league, which means also we will be losing someone more than likely because there will be an expansion draft for the Sonics and the Rollers. Who are we going to not protect? Allow 7-day contracts? Is that in place of 10-day contracts? Don't want to accept any of those. Now, league realignment. Is this how? I think this is how I wanted it, to be honest. I had a map, NBA logo map pulled up. Let me get that up again. NBA team map. Is this one? No, but it'll do. That'll do. So, let's see. What did it change in the Atlantic? Raptors, Sixers, Celtics, Knicks, Nets. What team did it add to the Atlantic division? Oh, the Wizards, maybe. The Wizards? No. Hmm. The Central looks right. Southeast? Obviously, Memphis is going to be moving from west to east because we're adding Seattle and Las Vegas, so somebody needs to move to the east. What is not looking right to me? Obviously somebody's joining the Atlantic. Every division has 5 teams only. It is Washington. Washington's in the southeast. Minnesota might eventually move to the east. I think right now the next team would probably be New Orleans, and they would join the southeast. The Washington Wizards are in the southeast. I mean, I'm sure I know that, but just looking at it looks weird. I think this actually looks pretty good. Seattle joins the Northwest. Obviously, they're the most Northwest team there is, and then Vegas joins the Pacific. Did somebody in the West also moved, or no? Was it just Memphis? Memphis would have been in the. What is Memphis in normally? The Southwest. I get there's no like South Midwest, but putting Memphis in the Southwest is odd. Oh, New Orleans. No. Oh, yes. Okay, somebody else moved here in the West, right? Dallas, New Orleans, Houston, San Antonio. Oh, OKC has moved. OKC's in the Northwest. Um, why do I not see the Thunder logo? That's Northwest. I know where the state is. I didn't see the logo. They consider that Northwest. Maybe we need some actual real life NBA division realignment. Because what do you mean the Thunder are Northwest? Now I get the division there. It's Northwest Pacific, which is you know Southwest, but then there's also Southwest. Maybe call it South Midwest. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, I think this looks pretty good for realignment for now. We're only adding 2 teams right now, so they are formerly Seattle, which is Northwest. Good point. Good point. That's fair. Well, maybe they should realign. I don't know. They will do something, I think, when expansion actually happens in real life. Draft lottery. This will be exciting because it will include our 2 new teams. We actually have a pick in the lottery. Um, I'm not seeing our expansion teams. Will they be given 5 and 6? Because I think that happened. Whoops, no. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Can we move up from 16? Yeah, they will be given picks. No, we couldn't move up from 16. No, darn. Big question is the impending free agency of Jalen Brunson. I would say so. I think you're right about that. That is a big question. Hawks have 15 and 18. They'll probably try and pull some stupid trade, is what they'll probably do. Maybe not Sacramento Kings level of stupid, but Pistons do not move up. They now need to replace Kevin Durant. Now, they had the cap space to sign him, so they should be able to. The Nets, with Giannis, will keep their pick. No shortage of rumors. What are they going to do? I mean, could the Nets go all in? Could they do a big trade to get another star? Maybe a shooter to pair up with Giannis and Ausar Thompson? Is Jokic happy in Denver? He did resign after strongly considering Dallas this past offseason. Could we see a Nikola Jokic trade materialize? Thunder do not move up. Good. They have rights to swap picks with the Mavs, but they'll keep the highest pick. Okay. Wizards at 10. Wizards have moved up once, but they won't here. 10th consecutive year with a lottery selection. Maybe if we ever finish this series, Wizards next. Hornets up. The Hornets. Is the NBA giving the Charlotte Hornets a top pick because they lost Giannis? They have moved up into the top 4. Chicago Bulls. They're going to move up. Is the NBA giving the Chicago Bulls a higher pick because they've not been relevant in the last 20 years? 10. Milwaukee Bucks on the clock. They do not move up. They have been really bad since trading Giannis. Now, granted, they got a lot of picks. And Tajon Salon, I keep saying Saloon, for the first time in however many years, the Supersonics will draft in the NBA draft. They're going to have 6. Yes, they have a lot of needs. I agree. And next, the High Rollers will not move up. I think they're guaranteed picks 5 and 6, if I recall. But first draft pick ever for Las Vegas. Here's the Jazz. They've been up at the top pretty much every year. They're going to move up. Portland will fall to 4. We have 3 teams moving up. Shadow, welcome back. They were doing better pre-KD, by the way. At least they were a franchise. Jazz will select 3rd, which leaves the 2 teams that moved up from the furthest. The Bulls and the Hornets, yes. I couldn't remember the Hornets, but Bulls and Hornets, who will pick 2? It will be the Charlotte Hornets, which means for the first time since they selected Derrick Rose, the Chicago Bulls have the number 1 overall pick. Oh, yes. Sorry, Detroit. Yeah, they won. They went back to back. They went from back to back champs to not making the play-in. Yeah. So we have pick 16 from the Heat. And anything else? We have pick 22 from Golden State. I think that's it. We traded our pick to the Lakers. I don't know what trade that would have been. Pre me taking over, I think. Sorry, pre Daphne Keene taking over. But Chicago will be on the clock. So staff signing. Mike Brown is now a champ with the Knicks, so he'll probably be just the coach until he retires. We'll let Daphne fill out the remaining position. Once again, skipping the combine and the pre-draft, it just doesn't really tell me enough. I'm not going to skip this step, though, as for some reason we see Shea for expansion. We're going to have to protect some players but there's going to be at least one that we can't. Now, here's by default. We can protect up to all? That doesn't seem right. I think we have to not protect one. Is everyone protected? Is it going to let me do this? No. Yes, maybe. I don't know. Hold on. Hold. Oh, I can't go back. I can't check the settings. Okay, well. I'm going to unprotect one person because that's how it should be. Are other teams doing that? Yeah. It may not let me submit it through, so. Ooh, the Mavs are not protecting Daniel Gafford. Suffering from a concussion. They're like, we don't need you anymore. Cam Jones on the Pacers. Herb Jones. De'Ron Sharp. Colin Sexton. Nemais Keita. Kyle Kuzma. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. No, not John Collins. They were trying to trade John Collins as soon as they got John Collins, so I guess that makes sense. Noah Clowney. Zach LaVine. Austin Reeves. Whoa. Austin Reeves is going to be a supersonic or a roller. Where is my... You're not supposed to mention him, Shadow. You're supposed to let Mullet find him on his own. Sam Merrill as well, they're not protecting. Maybe a return to the Knicks. Tyrese Proctor. That's a bit of a surprise. You got to unprotect somebody, though. So Derek White, after trading John Morant for his, Derek and picks, along with Whitehead and Spencer. Interesting. Sturts, Jovic, Eason. Just Andrew Wiggins, who they replaced Giannis with, as well as Kobe White, as well as Lindenborg. Hornets trying to start over. I saw nothing. He's oh my gosh, Jaren Jackson. Jaren Jackson's going to be a roller or a Sonic for free. Well, not for free, for $52 million. But they get the opportunity to just draft him. How's Boozer been doing? Okay, Boozer had a great year. He's going to be really, really good still. Cam Thomas. Who are we going to unprotect? It's not going to be Brunson. It's not going to be Towns, and it's not going to be Bridges, obviously. It's not going to be Jaquez or Robinson or Obi or even Bronny. That leaves these four players. I don't think it should be our one rookie that we just drafted, Mayhop. That leaves John's GOAT, Mohamed Diawara. Sion James, who played a role this season as a backup. Or Tyler Kolek, who, while his minutes were slashed, he had his career best shooting from the field and from three. Now, for whatever reason, his free throws were bad. Mullet just straight up says Kolek. He does have 4 years remaining on his deal. He's the oldest. Sion James only has one. He's the better athlete. He's a better three-point shooter. Similar defender. Now, I would say Sion James has a chance to be in the rotation still. And Diawara might still be our third-string power forward, but he is only 23. I think you are right. I think Tyler Kolek, unfortunately, does make the most sense. It would probably honestly come down between him and Mayop, who obviously didn't get a chance to crack the rotation. But Mayhop has 7 years on Kolek, so unfortunately, I liked him. I thought he was a decent backup point guard option. He just never really became like the TJ McConnell for us as a Pacers fan, so to speak. So we are going to unprotect Tyler Kolek. And now the expansion draft. Jaren Jackson, His #1 pick, Dariq Whitehead, with Andrew Wiggins, Austin Reeves. Wow, Jaren Jackson and Austin Reeves. They'll take Colin Sexton as well. Clowney, Tyrese Proctor, like that pick. John Collins and Ben Suraf to the Sonics. Thomas Sorber, even while injured. Herb Jones, Najee Marshall, Emias Keita. The Celtics were really missing him. One of the playoff series with us. Bennett Sturts. Tyler Kolek will be a supersonic. It's a big day in Seattle when you can get Tyler Kolek. Tari Eason. Precious Achiuwa, Knicks legend. And AJ Green manages to get drafted. There you go. So clearly, I would argue, Seattle getting Jaren Jackson Jr. along with Austin Reeves should have the better of the two teams out the gate. Now, a lot can happen in the rest of the offseason, but the Rollers going with Dariq Whitehead. I get he's developed a bit. He's an 80 overall. Andrew Wiggins, and then immediately following that up with Noah Clowney and Proctor. I would have picked Clowney and Proctor over Wiggins, but he's not on a bad contract, to be honest. He's going to regress, though, so. Interesting. We are now at the draft. So let's take a look at those teams. The High Rollers. Fairly young team with the exception of Wiggins. Herb Jones, 29, I guess, is on the bubble. Interesting roster. And then we scroll down here to the Sonics. Wow, that's a better team. That's just a better team right there. Tyler Kolek wearing #1 now. We'll try to compete for the same role. Maybe even compete for more minutes. Well, obviously more minutes, but probably not a starting role. But I'd probably move Tari Eason to small forward if I was them, which I will. Oh, there it is. Najee Marshall's secondary position is point guard? Okay. Interesting. They are indeed teams. Not quite the rosters I would have picked, but they're on their own now. So yeah, we are ready for the draft, but are we actually ready for the draft? We have 3 picks. Let's start with cap holds. Obviously, we want to maintain our cap hold on Brunson. DiVincenzo played pretty well, and it's a small cap hold. We'll keep his. Same with Hart. And then we've got our young guys. So we're not going to let go of any cap holds right now. Can we do any extensions right now? I don't think so. Doesn't seem to be. So already we're at the salary cap. Are we still going to be... Do I have to announce these for them to clear off the cap? These are still going to be on the books? Don't like that. Alright, sorry about that. I'm still here. So, I don't know what we're going to do about this. I guess I need to let go of the trade exemptions. I should have done that last offseason. Forgot what our draft picks look like over the next few years. Well, good thing we can look at that. Because I have to. We do have 3 picks in this class. We're probably not going to make all 3. And then over the next 2 years, we have 7 firsts and 2 seconds. Tell me if I'm like crackly too, because I was walking around and. We have 7 firsts. Sounds good to me, but usually when I walk around and then come back, my headset might be a little crackly. But I got my mic. Mic's good. All right. Good. And then we have our 2032 picks. So we got a lot of extra firsts. That was one of the goals I wanted to do, was acquire future draft capital, because we might need it. Now, are there any players that we might want to look to offload? Mayhop making $5 million as a second round pick is a lot. I guess that's his cap hold though. It'll be less. I don't think there's any players I want to trade. So the problem is, because we don't need 3 picks, we could probably package these 2 and get a future first. Yeah. So let's get Sam Merrill back. Let's try to think of a team that could be bad. I saw Philly. They're on the list. Other than Maxey, I don't know if they've got much going on so far this dynasty. Hey, we get AJ Green from the Sonics. I think we'll do this trade with the Sixers. It's another first round pick to add to our collection. We just don't need. Okay, testing. Hello? Why did it do that? Hello? Hello? Okay, testing. Oh, there I am. Why is my stream so far back? It's hit the live button. It randomly said my headset turned off, and then that affected my mic. So I don't know what that was about. I'd say if you help anyone out, help out the expansion teams, but I don't know how that'd work. Could possibly. Could look to do that. We are going to make this trade with Philly to acquire yet another first round pick. So, well, right away, we mentioned Jokic. Do we think Jokic is content in Denver? He's still putting up MVP caliber numbers. He has an aging, I mean, he's younger than Jokic is, but Jamal Murray's going to be 32. Is the supporting cast good enough here? Honestly, it doesn't look bad. It really, and it looks pretty deep as well. Like Yesufu's way down here. He was a first round pick a couple years ago. I would say Jokic probably stays in Denver. Is there another star that we could potentially trade? I don't think Shea makes sense to trade. I don't think Anthony Edwards makes sense to trade. Gosh, look at these numbers, dude. He was averaging 40 something in the Western Finals a couple years ago. Could the Celtics finally break apart Tatum and Brown? I don't know why you would exactly. John Morant's a free agent. They could lose him. That'd be kind of ironic if every single player that I trade ends up just leaving in free agency when they can. How about Kawhi Leonard? He's going to be 38. He's still on a massive deal, and he's still a good player. The Clippers are not looking like the best roster in the world. Celtics got to do better. I wonder. I mean, it could be coach related as well because they fired Missoula. I wonder if we move Jaylen Brown to small forward, if that would help him out, or Tatum to small forward. But Kawhi Leonard could be a candidate to be traded. Now, if I'm the Sonics or the Rollers, I'm probably not looking to trade for Kawhi Leonard. We've been kind of talking about Dyson Daniels for a while, but he's still really bad from three. I don't know why anybody would be trading for that exactly, other than the defense upside. This is kind of a impromptu big three with Kyrie at 36, but could the Hornets try and make another swing? They probably shouldn't. Probably not if they're just going to let their player walk for nothing. Could the Kings actually be a serious contender with Caleb Wilson? What can the Lakers do? OG, is he going to resign? He wants to test. The whole roster is just not there at the moment. Obviously, Cooper Flag's not getting traded after 3 years, but could Dallas maybe look to bring somebody in? Siakam's a free agent, as well as Luka has a player option. Could be a free agent. Could Luka be available after the Pacers gave up 5 firsts in OG? Şengün could be a trade candidate. Now, this is about the time that I traded for him in my test. And it did take Cat, full disclosure. I don't think that'll be the trade that happens here. Reminder that I did want Reed Shepherd. He averaged 16.5 and 4. Not as good from 3 as previously. And Wemby as well. He's not getting traded after 5 years, but could the Spurs try to make a move, maybe break apart? Probably time to turn to Dylan Harper at point guard. De'Aaron Fox, still a pretty good player, but it's probably time. They've also got Breeze off the bench. Probably time. So, okay, what about De'Aaron Fox then? He is under contract. Now, I don't want to trade him and then, oops, we let Dylan Harper go. So let's wait on that. But I think Kawhi Leonard and De'Aaron Fox could be our next 2 possible trade candidates around the league. I think that would make sense. Joel Embiid's going to be a free agent. Just around the league right now, because I don't think there's a big trade to make for us. We'd have to give up one of our big 3, or if we lost Brunson, like you said. But yeah, let's keep Kawhi in mind for a trade, and then let's keep. Now, what a De'Aaron Fox for Kawhi trade wouldn't exactly make sense, but Kawhi to the Spurs would be kind of interesting. I don't want Kawhi at all. This Spurs team's oldest player among their best players is Devin Vassell at 27. Could they potentially move De'Aaron Fox to a team that needs a point guard, like one of the expansion teams? Supersonics have Saraf and Kolek. The Rollers have Sturts. Could one of those teams acquire De'Aaron Fox and then the Spurs trade for Kawhi Leonard to end his career in San Antonio? I kind of like that idea. But I don't want to really do it yet. Like I said, because I don't want the Spurs to accidentally lose Dylan Harper if they're not meaning to. If they do, it's on them. I don't want it to be on me. So we'll look at those things post draft. As for us, we did trade 2 of our picks, but we have still pick 16, and I think we'll make it. We've got likely 3 centers on roster. We've got likely 3 power forwards. Likely 3 small forwards. DiVincenzo's a free agent. We're going to have James and Mayhop. And then 2 point guards on the roster. So definitely a guard is what we're going to be looking at in this draft. And I do want to see, I'm interested to know what the first picks of our expansion teams will be. Savannah James at pick 16. She's coming to town. The first pick in Rollers history will be Paul, oh boy, Osariui from Kansas. Welcome to the NBA and welcome the Rollers to the NBA. Now for the Sonics, they select, a trade, potentially. But not really. Now, okay, let me consider this. Lauri Markkanen is an aging player, but it's a first round swap, and the Sonics get out of AJ Green's contract. Now, they're probably taking on more money with Markkanen, but the Jazz also let Markkanen go. He's really not a natural small forward. He's more of a natural center, to be honest, but a stretch big. This kind of makes sense for the Jazz to do this. I wouldn't want AJ Green. The Sonics get a future pick. They know they're not going to be the best right now. They already have Jaren Jackson. I don't really like this. I want the Sonics to make a pick here. I'm going to decline it. They go with the Purdue big man, Sinan Huan. He outbenched every other player at the Combine. Is it Zach Edey 2.0? Is it a slender Zach Edey? Maybe. Diane right there, Diane, however you say it. He was a player that I drafted in my test, and he was my developmental backup center in that version. But we got Swigo this time around. And here's the big man, the big man from Florida, 7'7", 300-pounder. Is it Oliver Rio or Olivier, maybe? I haven't actually heard how to say his name. The big man from Florida. We got a trade offer. It's Kawhi. Oh, the Pistons want Kawhi now, do they? Now, this is obviously against what I wanted. Kawhi Leonard would be a much better defensive option than Kevin Durant was. And the Pistons giving up 2 firsts to make it happen is probably on par with what I would have traded for the Spurs. Good Lord, he made it to the league, and he's good. He's decent. What are we thinking about this? I kind of don't mind this. I know I was like, we could have him go back to the Spurs. They really heard you say KD replacement. He's basically an older Oscar Thompson at this point. I don't know what his scoring is going to be like, but they probably should have just kept him. But since they didn't, and since they have a gaping hole at small forward, I don't think I mind this trade. Kawhi Leonard, somehow, some way, you're a Detroit Piston. Two firsts gets Kawhi to the Pistons, along with pick 46. And with that pick, the Clippers will take his replacement, Alex Costanza. Then Elijah Williams, and now we are on the clock. We are looking for a guard. We got Mate Kiachavili. Do we have stats? No stats. Now, we do know Mate here has a A- 3-point rating, along with B perimeter defense, B plus playmaking. He would be a developmental point guard behind Brunson and Bronny preferably. Another option, Toure. Abdou Toure. Not a good three-point shooter, but a better defender immediately. Higher IQ, better physicals. Jersey Maker's going to hate me for that pick. Nikola Kostaruka. Now he's more of a forward, I guess, but pretty good three-point threat. Inside scoring's better than the other guys ahead of him. Not much else to offer. This guy's just a straight B. Nasir Anderson, B minus inside, B mid, B 3-point, B perimeter defense, B playmake. Not sure about that. Also, the fact that we do have Mayop, who was already a developmental shooting guard. We could still trade the pick, or we take Mate. I think looking at his probable ratings here, I think this is probably the best player we could get right now. We could trade for another future pick, but we could also just take a player. Crafty inside-out playmaker, 6'4", about 200 pounds. He's only 19 years old. It's going to be another developmental piece at the end of the bench, but there's only so many roster spots to go around anyway. Might as well try to develop somebody. We'll take Mate. And this is going to be the final time I ever try to pronounce his last name. We select Mate Katiashvili. Yeah. He's now a Knick. He's going to take Tyler Kolek's number 13. All right, let's get through this draft here. See if there's any more egregious, crazy trade. Was that guy 7-7? Did I see that right? The Raptors want Kobe White, and they're willing to give up 2 firsts. Do the Raptors need a point guard that badly? Now, I don't mind it for the Hornets because they've had kind of a logjam behind LaMelo after they acquired Ty Jerome for Grant Williams. I guess I'll let this go through. That's kind of a lot to give up for Kobe White at this point, but it's not like he's old, so maybe Quickly's a free agent. Maybe he competes with Quickly. Sure. And the Hornets are going to grab another center. I feel like the Hornets have just nosedived quicker than even the Pistons. They had Giannis. I gifted them Giannis. And now I don't know what they're doing. There usually aren't any... Oh, okay, we got more expansion picks here. Connie Roos going to the Rollers. And Felipe Minzer going to the Sonics. Just want to make sure there's no crazy trades. Lakers got Jakeem Booty, or however you say. Now that's an unfortunate name when you're playing like Booty. There are now 64 draft picks as well because of the 2 expansion teams. Mr. Irrelevant, Jens Klein. Whoa! So the Hornets did get a nice power forward prospect here at an 81 over the Bulls' big man. Marcus Spears was also an 80. Pretty good looking draft class. Our pick, he's a 74, so he's basically Tyler Kolek, but 8 years younger. Hornets instantly won the trade. Well, they got the pick they got was after us. It was the Kobe White pick. It was this guy, I think. They already had the you're right. This was the Bucks pick, though. They did win that from the Giannis trade, I suppose. No. They gave up picks for Giannis. This was their own pick. They stink. I got to remember that. They are really bad now. They did move up, though, at least. They're not that bad. The Lakers, who have been bad, select another center who's just fine. He's a yamming force of nature. They got young Jackson Hayes. Anyway, that's our draft. We selected Mate, our new Mate. He's here. And he's on the clock. Your roster position may not be there forever. Jalen Brunson is going to decline the player option. That's not unexpected. We will accept Matthias Mayhops. Say that one 10 times fast, too. Player team option. And Luka declined his player option as well. Oh boy. Oh boy. Could he return to the Lakers? They're going to have money. Yeah, I mean, force of nature is what my Nana calls me. After getting a fourth plate on Thanksgiving. That was a pretty good one. I wasn't sure where that was going, but that was funny. Qualifying offers on Bryce and Luigi. So we go. Our first pick of the series was pick 32 in the 2026 draft. He's not been able to do much yet, but I do anticipate him getting a little bit of a boost again. And he is playable now, so he's only going to get better, you hope. Luka Doncic is unrestricted. He has 12 offers. The Phoenix Suns and the Pacers have given him an offer that's on par, but look, no trade clause like the Kings and the Suns have offered. They've given him a full 5-year max, though. I have a hard time thinking he'll leave that on the table. But look at the teams that are going after. The Bucks obviously traded Giannis. They need a new star. The Kings have one good player. Interesting, the Pelicans can afford this. I wonder if Zion's a free agent. The Timberwolves, this would be insane to pair him with Ant. And then the Suns to pair with Devin Booker would be kind of crazy as well. Now, our focus is going to be on Jalen Brunson. 9 teams going after him. And the Dallas Mavericks are in line to potentially steal him back. What a storyline that would unfortunately be for us. The Rollers are in on him. They have made a very, very strong offer. All of these are strong offers. However, no shot we put Luka in D-Book. Oh, yeah, true. That's true. That's a good point. Could Devin Booker be traded if the Phoenix Suns sign Luka? Now, is Dylan Harper in here? I don't see Dylan Harper in here. So did the Spurs re-sign him? To a restricted 1-year deal, I guess. Ooh, but Castle's not in here. Well, I don't want them to lose Castle either, unless it's by their own incompetence. They've got a 40-year-old Hugh Randall. They drafted this man. They drafted one of the fake players. One of the, don't draft this guy because he's 40 years old. They drafted Hugh Randall. Okay. It's probably not the best idea to do that, but he is 40 years old. He's not a real person. So the guy that makes the draft classes, he doesn't make, unlimited amounts of players. He takes out every single player that's in a fake class and inserts all these 40 overalls, and then he edits the 40 overalls. So when you go to expansion teams, there's not always enough players, I guess. And the 40-year-old, 60 overall Hugh Randall has been drafted to be Victor Wembanyama's backup. Or punching bag, maybe. This is Wembanyama's new sparring partner for one-on-one drills, and he's just going to get knocked out and fear for his life having to guard Wemby. But that's the life of a second-round pick that's 40 years old. What was I going to look for? Well, first of all, Kawhi Leonard is now with the Pistons, wearing number 33. The other thing I was going to do was trade potentially De'Aaron Fox to one of the expansion rosters, but I do want to wait until after free agency, I think, because I don't want anything too absurd happening. We can also look at contract extensions right now. I'm not going to do anything until after we get Brunson back. We are going to get him back. John Morant right now has no offers. We could pivot to Jaw and just sign Jaw. Yeah, let's give up on the Finals MVP. Ricochet, Castle, restricted. Zion is unrestricted. So that's why the Pelicans have money, I guess. Jared McCain is restricted. Donovan Clingan, he was making defensive teams. His scoring just hasn't come along. From a shooter to a shooter. No thanks. So again, his number one deal is a 3-year deal for $139 million. We can offer him 5 years for however much that much is. That's not what we're going to offer him. But I am going to give him a player option. I am going to give him a trade clause. And we're going to go up on the money, I think, to $60 million in the final year. Or just a little over. 1 year, $4 billion. Daphne, get the checkbook. This should by far be the number one offer. And it would be hard for him to decline a $60 million player option 5 years from now, but the cap's going to continue to go up, so he might. I think this is more than fair. He just won Finals MVP. He's been the star of the rebuild. And it should be offer number one on his priority list. And it is. He should be choosing us. Now, other than Brunson, we do have some of our younger players, like Swigo right now is restricted. Josh Hart is unrestricted. Bryce is restricted. DiVincenzo is a free agent. And we're going to get Brunson back. So who else do I want to negotiate with right now? I'm not 100% certain I want DiVincenzo back. He could very well come back and be fine, but doesn't have to be the option. I do think we should bring Josh Hart back, and everyone else should be restricted. So at this point, Josh Hart, probably one of the older power forwards available. Yeah, he only wants the minimum. We could sign him to a 5-year minimum. We'll take it year by year, I think. I think that's all we need to do. And obviously, we don't have much cap space, so it's going to be interesting to see who gets Luka. I hope the Pacers are able to keep him. They're offering him 5 years, $382 million. By far the biggest offer. But maybe he values the no trade clause. Although he waived his last one to go to Indiana, so maybe he values a player option. Maybe he wants to play for the worst team in the league, Sacramento. I don't know. Let's find out what happens. We are going to re-sign Jalen Brunson. And we're going to re-sign Josh Hart. Now, we're not renouncing anybody except these trade exceptions. Because I don't want them counting against our cap next year. I didn't think they should have this year. But I want to make sure they're gone for next year. We've still got a cap hold on DiVincenzo. Swigo and Bryce are restricted. We could offer them deals as well, but I want to make sure we get Brunson first. We are going to be able to make it happen. Luka Doncic could rug pull them, but at the moment, he has decided to go to the Phoenix Suns. Wow. That would be devastating as a Pacers fan. To give up. You thought the Giannis free agency was bad after he left the Hornets, after they traded 4 firsts and Salon? How about OG and 5 firsts? Oh boy. He's going to go to the Ravens. Yeah. Trade back. I saw somebody say that the Raiders never said no trade backs. So, oh boy, okay. All right, day 2. Everything looks fine. John Morant does have a deal in place to return to Boston. Steven Castle to the Warriors. Well, there goes trading De'Aaron Fox. They're going to need Dylan Harper to play the 2, potentially. Zion to Houston. Zubac as well, leaving the Pacers. The Pacers are imploding right before our eyes. Losing a top 5 player in the league as well as another starter. And not having their next 5 first-round picks. Oh boy. What have I done? We are going to get Brunson. We are going to get Hart. Again, we need to look at Bryce and Swigo. It is official. Just to show, we do have Brunson back. And even Josh Hart has re-signed. Now for the moment of truth. Luka Doncic is a Phoenix Sun. Yikes. So, looking at the Pacers right now, they still have Tyrese at least. Oh, and Pascal Siakam's a free agent also. Well, at least they have Jarris Walker. I'm going to move him back to small forward in the hopes that they at least re-sign Pascal. What a roster. Now, I helped dismantle them a tad bit when I took Obi and Nembhard for OG, but I gave him Luka Doncic, and he didn't want to stay there. So I would say Luka probably goes back to playing point guard, at least right now. That's a bummer as a Pacer fan, but at least it's not real. And then, yeah, for the Spurs, who have now lost Stephon Castle, they also have 21-year-old 58 overall Randolph Fox, who was also a second rounder. Jeez. I think we will move Harper up to shooting guard for them. Unfortunate. My master trade plans got ruined. My master trade plans of Kawhi Leonard and De'Aaron Fox. Curse you, 2K. At least it's not real. It's real to me. Pascal right now has no offers, so if the Pacers want him back, they don't have any competition. We actually have cap space. We have 25 million now since those what were they, trade exceptions? Are those gone? They are gone now that we've renounced them. That could change some things, because if you recall, I was trying to find an upgrade over McBride last offseason, and Reed Shepard was my target. We ended up trading multiple players and took on too much dead cap. What to do with 21 mil? Well, we want Bryce back and we want Swigo back, but we can sign someone first. So we definitely want to sign a guard, whether it's a point to back up Brunson and then Bronny could play the 2, or just someone to start at the 2. So we're not going to be going after a big man. How'd Saloon do? Saloon continued to improve, but he's now, well, he's restricted. Could Milwaukee have actually won the Giannis trade? That's a crazy thought. Moses Moody got hurt last night in real life. Did not look great. Andrew Nimhard has become a free agent. Could bring him back. Mullins is unrestricted. Dallas has let the number 8 pick be unrestricted after 2 years. Yeah, that was bad. Now, Mullins is not the best defensive player in the world. He doesn't have the highest potential. That would be Jacoby Walter. A plus potential? A minus 3-point. B perimeter defense. Very Dallas thing of them to do. Yeah, Nico. Wait, this is like the third time I've said this series so far. Did Nico get back in the front office? I think Jacoby Walter here could be very, very good. He's only 2 years older than Braylon Mullins. Now, he may not have the best shooting tendencies either, but with was it A plus? A plus potential. He's going to become a very good all-around player, and he's going to be, relatively speaking, cheaper than players that are similarly rated. I would say he's probably the best shooting guard option. Yeah, that is promising. Keaton Wagler is unrestricted already after 2 years in OKC. He only has B minus potential. Maybe that's why. AJ Mitchell, who had signed a deal with the Heat, he's gone after just 1 year. Isaiah Collier's restricted. Nikola Topic was traded last year. It's restricted. Walter Clayton, unrestricted. Averaged 11 for Denver. 11 and 5. Only B minus potential. Is it Garland up here has A plus potential? I don't know if he's ever going to be able to reach that now, but Nimhard's a good system match, but I feel like we have good enough. Oh, dude, I've got my mic arm down. I feel like we have good enough. Oh, dude, I've got. Why do I have that down? Why do I have that down? I don't know. I think I got back to my chair and I pulled it down instinctively. Oops, testing. Darius Garland, would he be kind of redundant? Maybe. We could move Bronny to the 2. He's a C plus athlete, whereas Jacoby Walter, did I pass him? Is also only a B plus. Oh, well, B plus over C plus. Mike's been fine the whole time. Great, even? Okay. That's good to know. He does have 5 offers. Dallas actually wants Garland. I think we'll let Garland go to Dallas. I still like Nimhard a good deal. The Kings want him. I could prevent his suffering in Sacramento. I like the idea of Mullins. The Raptors have an unserious offer on him, and we could sneak Walter out of Toronto while they're trying to unseriously go after Mullins. I think Jacoby Walter looks like the guy. I mean, Burry's also unrestricted out of San Antonio. Why is San Antonio letting everyone go? Why are the Pacers letting everyone go? Why is everyone being let go? Okay. Got you. Well, I can tell you really quickly, it is going to be Jacoby Walter. Jacoby Walter is going to be the guy, but I'll try not to do anything else major for a little bit. I did like Yesufu. Yesufu for basically nothing. Just B potential. Can we look at tendencies here? Jacoby Walter has a 50 tendency. Burry's 81. Yesufu 70. We could save a lot of money and get Yesufu. But again, the potential isn't there. Or we could give it to Mullins. who's a little cheaper, or Burries, who's also cheaper. They have higher shooting tendencies than Walter. They're also good three-point shooters, and both actually better than Walter. Not Cam Spencer. Now, defensively, Burries is an A- defense as well. All right, I know I just told Noel that it was going to be Jacoby Walter, but I think I've rug pulled my own idea. We're going to go after Brandon Burries since San Antonio's been so kind as to let him be unrestricted. Don't know if he'll start. He could. He probably is going to develop a little bit in this offseason too. Now, he doesn't have the same potential. He's a B- potential rather than A+ potential. That's still, man, that certainly is something to consider. Is he going to reach that potential though? He's an 80 at the moment. He's not the same type of playmaker or defender that Burries already is. I do want somebody else that can score the ball, though. I think we need another offensive option. And this is to replace DiVincenzo, who was an offensive option that didn't really shoot the ball that much. So again, Burries. I like Yesufu as well. If I had another spot, maybe I'd go for him. But Burries has the highest shot tendency as well. It's going to be Braden Burries, actually. Was not who I was planning on going for, but that's what's developed. That's kind of the whole series so far. The roster building has not been exactly what I thought it would be. But we're going to save a little money and go for what I think is going to be the better player. Now, Matas Buzelas would be great to be able to add, but we don't have a need for that really. Or I do think the Bulls are going to match whatever offer as well. Minnesota's put a pretty strong offer as well as Milwaukee, but I don't think that's going to matter. John Morant did re-sign. Stephon Castle did go to the Warriors. Ooh, Anthony Davis to the Spurs. Okay. Interesting. We are going to get Braden Burries. We call the audible. Add Burries. 22-year-old. Former first rounder 2 years ago. Spurs unhappy with him, and we're going to try to cash in on that unhappiness. Interesting. Now, we're looking at re-signing Bryce and Suio to longer-term deals. Do we have bird rights? They're too young to have bird rights, aren't they? I still am not sure how bird rights work, but that's okay. Where is he? Here's Bryce. He's not expensive, clearly. If he wants the security of a long-term deal, he can take it. If not, I understand. And then Swigo, I'd like to sign long-term as well. And he also does not want hardly anything. We'll get Bryce on that deal. And we'll get Swigo. Oh man, we could have gotten Ben Simmons back. Jared McCain is a Sonic. He's left the Thunder to go to Seattle. That's a huge get. Buzelas resigns. Garland stays with the Clippers. That's a little surprising. Julius Randle to the Heat. The Heat have assembled an interesting starting five with Bam, Randle, Hero, and Kyrie. Not sure their small forward is. Pascal Siakam does stay in Indiana. The one player that did. Jalen Green goes to the Warriors now. Zubats also goes to the Heat. Okay. AJ Mitchell to the Mavs. They pivot to him after they couldn't get Brunson back. Or who was the other point guard they were looking at? Garland, yeah. Mark Williams to the Pelicans. Andrew Nembhard to the Bulls. Interesting deal. Heat also keep Kel'el Ware, so they've got a nice rotation of bigs. Bobby Portis to Boston. Domantas Sabonis to Boston. The Hornets will keep having multiple backup point guards behind LaMelo. Peyton Pritchard to the Spurs. The Bucks didn't want Solon back. Now it's a big deal for Solon, who's been developing for 4 years, but he's still just 22. He'll go to the Clippers. DiVincenzo gets a 1-year deal with the Jazz. I don't know if he'll be in the rotation there, but Jacoby Walter is going to go to Sacramento. Mullins, who we looked at, goes to Phoenix. Hard to believe the Pacers fumbled Luka, just as it's hard to believe the Hornets fumbled Giannis. I try to do something nice for somebody, and they're like, we don't want a top 5 player on our team, actually. Okay. I think if I did this again, I would probably manually re-sign them just to make sure that doesn't happen. But that's the risk, right? You make a huge swing like that for a player that's in a contract year, whether they have a option or not. There's a chance that they leave, and they left. And that's also the downside of being a smaller market team, I guess I would say, is that can happen to you, and you're like, well, we offered as much money, but they didn't want to stay here because it's Indiana, or because it's, now I don't know about Charlotte, but I don't know, man. That is a bummer. Luka is a Sun. Player progression. Karl-Anthony Towns does go down slightly. How many titles have we won? Let me look into the future. Still just one. Towns, again, goes down in overall, but none of his main stats have dropped a letter grade. Swigo gets a +3. Again, all of his ratings are going up. He's got an A3 ball now. He's like the opposite Mitchell Robinson, despite being the same body, basically. And a B+ rebounder, though. The IQ's going up. Again, he's definitely still a true center. Is there a chance maybe Cat starts at the 4? We could start Mitchell, who could still play like half the game, and then Swigo could get minutes. We just won a championship with Cat at center, so I'm not trying to make a huge change nonsensically, but Obi Toppin's going to get worse. Dior gets a little better. Josh Hart gets, again, continuously worse. Bridges gets a little better. Hawkes goes down slightly in, just mid-range. His IQ goes up. Bryce gets a +2, so not quite the G League boost, but still a +2 is nice. While you were gone, Mullet, we did re-sign Bryce and Swigo to identical 4-year deals worth just over $11.2 million each. Not bad. They wanted the security of a roster spot rather than a big payday, I suppose. And I did pivot from Jacoby Walter, and we went with Braden Burries. 2 years with the Spurs. They said, former 19th overall pick. He didn't get any better. Actually, his athleticism went down slightly. Well, he did get better. He went up 1 in overall rating. Zion James goes up 1. Mayhop up 4. He takes significant jumps. Well, +1 to... Oh, yeah, look at his IQ. C+ to B+. That's significant. There's a world where maybe he starts even, but probably not day 1. But maybe this year. And then at the point, Brunson, again, his playmaking goes down slightly. His rebounding goes down. That's fine. And then Bronny, a +1. His IQ went up. And then our first mate. We'll skip Summer League. And skip FIBA. And All-Star. They're going to put it in Denver. All right. Now, this is the 27-28 offseason, which means we need the 29 draft class. No, not historic. Yeah, let's import the 1960 draft class. Yeah. We're still a couple years away from a very specific draft class happening, but we're getting there. I believe this is the right class, right? I'm 99.9% sure. Another Knepple has joined the chat. Kinston. Did they send him to Duke? Yep. It's a good bet, I would say. All right. Welcome. Oh, as Kawhi Leonard wants to retire, they gave up 2 first-round picks for him. All right. Welcome to the 2028-29 season. We have 2 new expansion teams. The Nets are back in New Jersey. We're going to play the Rollers on November 6th for the first time. Supersonics, December 21st for the first time. One more thing to do before we get rolling here. Contract extensions. Players eligible are Mikal Bridges and Jaime Jaquez, and that's it. Now, Jaquez and Bridges. Bridges has a player option. I don't want to extend him because it will lock in that player option for $41 million, and I don't want to pay him that. So we're not going to extend him. I also don't feel the need to extend Jaquez right now. You know, I saw a Larry Bird highlight reel the other day, and I tell you what, that dude could probably be an all-star starter in today's game. Oh, definitely. Not that I doubted him, but he's an older guy. Never watched him play live. Yeah. That's true. Yeah. My favorite thing was Larry, right? I don't think it was MJ. He was like, you know what, I'm just gonna shoot left-handed this game, and he dropped like 50. I'm pretty sure you're right. I'm pretty sure he could be an all-star at minimum in today's game. That's the funny thing about the debate. Like not just Jordan versus LeBron, but the eras debate of like, oh, this guy, he wouldn't have cut it in the 70s because it was a more physical. He would have scored 40 a night, buddy. What are you talking about? But the same works the other way. The great players from 40 years ago would still be good in today's game. But yeah, would Terrence Mann have been a good player in the 80s? Yeah. Now, he may not have been an all-star, but could he have made the league? Yeah. They played against plumbers and electricians. And it's Patrick Ewing. It's like, oh, that's a plumber? Really? Not a top 75 player of all time? Are you sure about that? Oh, also, we need to set our rotation. Oh, yeah. I still don't know what Diarra's secondary position should be. I guess with our roster, small forward's fine, but he likes to shoot the ball so much, too. I guess it should be small forward. Bridges, Jaquez, Bryce, Burries. Burries has point guard as a secondary. I guess I like that. Sion, Mayhop, Brunson. I only want playing point guard. Bronny, and Mate. All right. So what did I change anything there? I don't think so. So Burry's going up to an 80. He'll probably be our starter. Well, here's the thing, because in the playoffs last year, we slid Bridges down to the 2, and we were starting Hart at the 3. I don't think that's what we're going to do during the season. More important question, are we getting foul calls from the 80s or modern day? Does the Euro step exist? Palming the ball counts as travel, double dribble, compared to the freedom of that today. Yeah, what about hand checking? Is that allowed? It's an interesting debate. Obviously, you can't just be like, well, let's let 2K decide, and then take that as like, I could drop Michael Jordan into this league, and it's like, oh wow, yeah, he's still really good. Well, yeah, he's a 99 overall. It's like, yeah. I think our points of emphasis are working just fine. I do think we start Burries. I don't know how I feel about number 20. Anybody else got a weird number? Mates rocking 13. I did change. Mayhop was 7. I made him 26. Haka is at 34. Kind of looks fine, I guess. I don't know. I was going to change Swigo too, but I kind of like the 52. Burries makes me think of Allen Houston. Was John Starks also 20? All this detail, and you can't just retire 7. That's true. You can't manually retire numbers. You can unretire numbers now. If you're like, man, I really want somebody to wear number 6 on the Celtics, you could unretire it. I might harshly judge you for doing so, but you could do it. I think we're going to go with 2 for Burries, since he is the 2. That's part of why, not really the actual reason. Just looked better. All right, let's set our rotation up and actually get into this first season now that we're... How long have I been streaming? 2 hours. I really thought it would go a little quicker than this. It hasn't to this point. I hope it's a decent pace. I think we're going to still start Josh Hart, but he's going to play a lot less minutes. Obi's going to play a lot. I think he earned that. Who's our backup 2 going to be? I think it's going to be Mayhop. We're going to try him. That's not correct. Mayhop, there we go. Then we've got Swigo Stills going to be at the end of the bench, unfortunately. Diawara as well. And Bryce. With Sion James this year and Mate. Sorry, fellas. Just don't have the minutes to go around. I could play them all like 4 minutes a game. I want to try Mayop. He's only 20, and he barely played last year, but he's developed up to a 77. I like the skills. I want to see him in action. Not literally see him in action, but I want him to play. I want him to get minutes. Josh Hart, just, he can add to the rebounding total. He's a good ball mover. His 3-point percentage nosedived. He probably shouldn't be playing much more than Obi, who's only getting 14 minutes. I'm going to call Mate Cavatapi. I don't know how to pronounce it, and that's the kind of noodle I use when I make homemade mac and cheese. Ooh, that sounds good. I used to have like red sauce Cavatapi in place of spaghetti. Well, we still have 12 minutes to go around. I could give more to Burries, but he hasn't played that many in his career yet, and I'm a little hesitant to just give him 30. We could give Bridges a couple more. I do, like I said, I want him to be on par with the scoring of Towns. I don't really want to give anybody from these 5 much more minutes. Can we give anybody 5 minutes? Like Swigo, we already have 54 minutes at the center spot. Even if Towns plays more power forward, because Hart and Toppin aren't playing as much. Mitchell Robinson's still playing 20 minutes, so there just really isn't a spot for Swigo or Diwara. I think it's going to be a 5-minute stretch for Bryce and a 5-minute stretch for Sion. We'll start the season that way with a kind of a 12-man rotation. Not exactly, but kind of. And then mate. Now, can I assign... You used to be able to assign players to the G League. It doesn't seem like you can do that anymore. If you want somebody to be in the G League, it has to be a two-way guy, it seems like. Let me Google here. 2K26 assign to G League. Maybe it's only at a specific time. Or maybe it is actually only two-way guys now. Assigning players to the G League in 2K26 is managed within the MyNBA mode by sending players with two-way contracts or on assignment to your affiliate team. You can move players by navigating to the roster menu, selecting the player, and choosing Send to G League. Highlight player, blah, blah, blah. Note that players on two-way contracts are the easiest to move. Limitations. You can typically send multiple players down, but ensure your NBA roster remains within league rules, often requiring you to have at least 13 to 14 active players. Well, we have 15. Alternative method. Create roster. Go to Features menu. Features menu? Is that an option? Oh, this is in the base menu to look at rosters. This is very important because honestly, I don't think Mate is going to play this year, and he's already decent. He could be close to an 80 overall though if we can send him to the G League. But I'm not understanding how to do it. They used to be right here. You used to be able to just throw him in the G League from here. Levante David announces retirement. Breaking news, according to my sources. Salute to one of the best active linebackers in the league. Well, salute to one of the best careers among active linebackers. We'll say it that way. Still good. No shade. Has announced his retirement after 14 years. The Falcons are expected to sign standout running back Brian Robinson. That's exactly what they needed. They needed a B. Robinson running back on their team. That was the team need that they had. Well, they did need to replace Tyler Algier, so it's not bad. I'm not seeing how to sign anybody to the G League, so I don't know how that's going to happen. I'll check during the season, I guess, and see. Like, all these guys are already in the G League because they're free agents that teams aren't signing. Except this guy. This guy's only 20. Terrence Stewart was undrafted from England. He kind of looks like Cal Kestis. A little older. Bull hanging out in the G League. Still a 75. I had flashes of Joe Harris in my mind. Juke Harris. Saw Ben Shepard down there. At one point, I checked the G League stats, and Delano Banton was kind of going crazy. He was averaging like 20 and 12. Nobody there that's like eye popping, like, oh my gosh, we got to get this guy on the roster. Look at these. Look at this. Look at Tyler Smith. He's developed an A+3 ball now. This is why we need more expansion teams, to be honest. The level of talent is in a place where a lot of these guys should probably be on rosters. I don't know about Malik Beasley at this point, but there's only two players that want more than the minimum right now. One is Terrence Stewart. The other is Henry Visar, who is in the upcoming draft class out of North Carolina. A lot of 40-year-olds hanging around from the draft classes. That's kind of the only other thing I wanted to do was send Mate down to the G League, and we can't. So we got the rotation set. All right, we're going to start the 28-29 season against the Giannis-less Charlotte Hornets. They got a center wearing number 63. That's interesting. All right, let's get into another season. Year 4 now. And let's just go through the regular season. The bulk of the time spent just building the team up and yapping is much, much more than the actual time it takes to get through a season. We're going to decline that. I saw Kyle Kuzma's name. I see Kyle Kuzma's name again. The Thunder... Did the Thunder re-sign Kuzma? I guess they did. They're trying to trade him. I'm not going to let you. You're the ones that wanted to keep him. You're the ones that wanted him once. Ugh. You're the one that is trying to trade him. Okay, Bronny's going to miss 4 to 6 weeks. So all that talk about Mate not playing, well, into the fire, Rook. Welcome to the NBA. Now, how are some of these guys playing? Sam James, about 2 points. He's not really shooting the ball from 3 very well. Force Kuzma into OKC. No, force OKC into Kuzma. Oh, no. Bryce is also not playing particularly well. Could give DOR minutes. Mayhop, 6.5 points a game, 40% from 3. Hawkes doing Hawkes things. His 3 points percentage is up. Obi about 8 and 3. Look at the percentages though. Geesh. Keep that up. Mitchell Robinson doing his thing, 9 boards. Cat, the scoring's a little down, the rebounding's up. Interesting. Josh Hart, scoring's actually up so far. He's shooting the ball from 3 really well. Bridges, scoring's up. Burry's at 13 a game. See, that's what I wanted from Nimhard. I wanted the scoring to just be a little better. And then Brunson scoring down quite a bit so far. It is early in the year, obviously, but I'm not worried about it. I do think we might keep Burry's the same minutes because I don't want him playing a ton, getting a ton of shots up. We might give more minutes to Mayhop. And then we have a 6-minute stretch. We could try giving it to Diawara. Get him back in the rotation. Thunder's still trying to trade Kuzma. Yeah, Hart's playing about half the game. I'm not going to let him trade Kuzma. Every trade request is Kuzma. No. Now the Pistons. It would be equally funny for the Pistons to trade for Kuzma. But no. If I get one more Kuzma trade request, I'm going to crash out. We're not off to a great start here. 7th in the East. The Raptors already trying to trade Kobe White after they give up 2 firsts for him. Let's get to the end of December and then kind of evaluate some things. Bronny's back. Yeah, we'll bring him back now. I was going to reevaluate in a few days, but now look at Mate. 6-3. Hasn't been bad. We are going to give his minutes back to Bronny for the moment. Quick meme for the Kuzma situation. Stand by. Okay. How is Diawara playing? 4 points a game. Shooting the ball from 3 much better. I'm going to take his 6-minute run. I want Swigo to at least play in a few games here. Let's get through these next 2. Zach LaVine. No. Next up is Boston. Without Jason Tatum. Yeah, he was right there. I was going to say, I assume he's hurt, and then I saw his player model. All right, so we are 7th in the East right now. That's not great. 21-13 is not a bad record, but clearly struggling. That probably means we should change things up a little bit. Now, also, the G League has started. They've already played 25 games. So the G League has been running the entire time. There's just no option to put him in the G League. I don't understand why that is. Do other teams have no players on the G League? It would seem they don't. Oh, no. Oh, that's a 2-way deal. There's a guy in the G League. Here, look. This dude was drafted a while back in 2nd round. He's been on 3 teams. They signed him to a deal, and he's in the G League. It is not letting me throw players in the G League anymore. I don't understand. As, by the way, OG re-signed a year with the Lakers. Or did he still have a year left on his deal? Maybe he had a year left. But for $48 million? They still have Dort, Devin Carter, Scottie Pippen Jr. Why sign Deron Holmes and Dylan Cardwell? Didn't they have a young center? That wasn't him? I promise you, they had Chris Sinak. Did they not have Chris Sinak? Did they just let him walk for nothing and replace him with Deron Holmes and Dylan Cardwell and Steven Adams? I don't think I'm crazy. Let's look for Sinak real fast. He went to the Phoenix Suns for nothing, a year for $2.5 million. From the Lakers. He averaged 16 and 8 last year. So the CPU logic is still not great. The team building logic might actually be worse than Madden. It's not great. Now, some teams do fine. Other teams don't. Example with the Pacers here. But they got Ben Simmons now, so they'll be all right. Hey, Luka Doncic. Insert the Colin Cowherd quote. Ben Simmons is here. You can leave. Do I want to keep this rotation the way it is? Oh, how did Swigo do in his 2 games? He just hasn't had a game. Obviously, he's not playing a ton of minutes. He hasn't had a game yet where it's like, oh yeah, this guy's the future of the position. I think because Towns and Robinson are both tired right now, I'm going to take some minutes off Towns and Robinson. I want to see a big game from Swigo and really see what we got. This is against the Celtics with Sabonis, Bobby Portis. That's basically their center options. So I want to see if he can have a big game against the Celtics here in 16 minutes. We do win. He had 6 and 7. Yeah. B. Robinson, running back. A wise decision. Everyone needs 2 B. Robinson running backs. Well, he was only 2 of 7 from the field. Mayhop's only 2 of 8. Well, I don't know about Sweego still. I mean, he's up to a 76, which is very nice, but I also don't know about Mayhop. I think we're going to actually go with Bryce James for a few games. I think right now, while we're kind of struggling, is a good time to get a sense of like who on the team actually is worth having. That's a bad way to say it, but it's kind of what I mean. We'll give Sion James a 6-minute run for the future, I should say. Obviously, I think everyone's worth having right now, but let's go through the All-Star break. I see the Pacers next 3 games coming up. The Warriors want Kolek. I don't think I would do that if I was the Sonics. Don't not just for a future second-round pick, basically. Kolek probably isn't really playing much, and Grant Williams probably isn't playing much either. So I do have it on the smartest simulation, which does say it can take longer to sim. It's still faster than Madden, though. Much, much, much faster. Derek White in a second for Austin Reeves. That's not Austin Reeves. That's Antonio Reeves, maybe. Why would the Grizzlies want Derek White back? No, we already did the Derek White to Memphis trade once. That's an interesting trade. Straight up a center for a point guard. Nah. Don't the Timberwolves have enough bigs? I think he is. Yeah, he is. He is. That's right. Hachimura for Isaiah Stewart in a second. We whoop up on the Pacers. A pinched a nerve. He's only day to day. I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna give Sweego the opportunity of his life. And we got blown out. He had 4. 12 rebounds. Well, you know, that's current Sweego for you. He's not a guy that should be playing 30 minutes. And we just got destroyed by Zion in this game. Not just Zion, but oh boy, we're not doing so hot. We are up to 4th in the conference. So I guess we've been doing better, to be honest. Today's the trade deadline. Is there any random trade we want to think about making? 2 players I thought of trading. Obviously, Kawhi was dealt to Detroit. The other was De'Aaron Fox, but they ended up needing him to keep him, so the Spurs grabbing Anthony Davis and the 40-year-old Randall. If Brunson ends the year with that big of a slump, is he in trade talks? A year after Finals MVP would be tough. He's still averaging 25 and 5. The shooting is pretty close. I don't think it'd be time to completely rebuild. Plus, we already have so many future picks, and the bulk of the roster is under contract, so that would be hard to part with him. Towns is also still putting up basically the same numbers. The shooting's down a little bit. Now, a player like Obi, I mean, he's shooting the ball so well too. A player like Josh, who's also shooting the ball well. I don't know. We're a good team. Like, we're still fifth in the East. I don't know if we can go on the championship run again back to back, but we've got a good roster. We've got some young pieces developing. Speaking of Obi, he's going to be out 8 to 10 weeks. Okay, John. John, I hope one day you'll know that Muhammad Diawara is about to get 14 minutes a game again. We're also going to, I think, take Sion's minutes. How's Bryce doing? Because I gave him an opportunity too, and I kind of forgot. I think we're going to go back to Mayhop, even though he's on a hot streak. And Bronny's averaging 7, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists. The 3-point is just not there. He's kind of Nimhard-esque, to be honest. Not quite there, but basically same scoring. We have 6 minutes freed up because we're not giving anybody a 6-minute run. We could go back to Mate, give him a 6-minute run. Bronny could play more of the 2, I guess. Let's try that. We scored 152 to 71 against Memphis. They are still bad. Contract deadline day, I don't think we need to do anything there. Oh, I hit yes. Well, I'll check since I stopped it. Yeah, it's Bridges who has an option, and it's Jaquez who still has another year on his deal. He's not really any more expensive. The most I can offer him is a 3-year deal. I'm not 100% certain that we'll want Jaquez into his 30s. We might have other players that we need the roster spot for into the future. He's been a good player. He's raised his 3-point shooting this year up to 29%, which still is not great, which is why he's not a starter. So Bridges, on the other hand, still 15 a game. His scoring has dipped. Now we could point to Burries being out there averaging 15 a game in 27 minutes. He plays a little more than what I have set for him. Interesting. I think we keep it rolling. We're still fourth. Unless that drastically changes or we have a huge injury happen. Well, Jaime Jaquez will miss 4 to 6 weeks. I think we'll go with Sion over Bryce. We're still waiting on Obi to get back. Kind of 2 big injuries. Not obviously like the biggest ones that could have happened, but I like what I've seen from Mate. You know, I do wish we could have thrown him in the G League, but we're going to get some other guys involved right now because I think we can afford to as far as the minute distribution goes. That's going to include Burries, although that's probably about the same amount of minutes as he's been playing. Josh Hart can take on a few extra minutes. So basically a 13-man rotation for at least a couple games. We do lose, but then we win, and we win. That's a surprising NBA Cup MVP right there, if I've ever seen one. He's averaging 38 minutes a game. Did they lose Kyrie, or is he hurt? Or is he starting at the 2? Or is Hero hurt? I don't know. Something's going on with Miami. But I guess rightfully so. They won the NBA Cup, and he's the MVP of it. So, all right. They whoop us by 40. All right, we got a new contender in the East. The season's over? That was it? Okay, well, Giannis won MVP. I guess I simmed pretty fast there once we got going. Oops. NASCAR driver Christopher Bell. That looks a little different than how Christopher Bell looks, but there he is. Cade Cunningham is back to making first team, and his points per game shoot back up to 32. Luka now with the Suns. Caleb Wilson. Cam Williams, although he's hurt for 1 to 2 months, he showed a lot of improvement as well. First round pick, or first overall pick last season. Scoot has made it to All NBA's second team. And Cam Boozer as well. Peterson, he's hurt. Bencaro, Shea, Dylan Harper, and Scotty Barnes. Defensive team, no Klingon this year. Rasur Thompson. Jokic. Rookie teams. Do we have any? There's a world where maybe we had one. We did not. How'd Rio do here? 7 and 8. Interesting. Well, that's another season in the books. We got the playoffs now. Not the best follow-up season. Well, true. This is the lowest seed we've been. We are the 5. I did kind of go lax with the minutes there, and I kind of didn't realize how late we were into the season. We are going to have a rematch from a couple years ago with the Raptors, who beat us without Scotty or Podol, who are both still starting. I'm a little surprised about Podol. Gillespie was a killer in that series. We got Danny Wolf on the team now. Colin Murray Boyles either has been regressing or he's hurt. I'm guessing he's hurt. And Brandon Ingram is also hurt. So they're once again they're missing 2 players, it seems. As are we. Obi Toppin seems like he's good to go, or should be basically good to go, and Huck is still going to be out a week or 2. And yeah, Murray Boyles torn ACL. Kobe White is out for a week or 2. Brandon Ingram's out for a week or 2. We are not underestimating them. Now, the rotation is obviously going to change. And before we do playoff rotation, let's look at stats. Brunson did take some steps backwards, although the 3-point shooting went up and the free throw went up. Towns, scoring went slightly down, but the rebounding went up. And I did say I thought that would happen if Josh Hart played less. So, kind of spot on that one. Braden Burry's averaging 15. He's going to be even more important in the playoffs, I think. And then Bridges kind of took a back seat to be the 4th option. Jaquez, although he's been hurt, ended up playing 67 games. And then the scoring on the bench kind of drops off. So Diawara ended up averaging 7 in 47 games. He played that many. Mayhop averaged 7. Bronny only has 6. Bronny has not been as effective as I had hoped this year, because I thought he would be better than last year. Slightly better than last year overall. Josh Hart down to 5.5 points a game. Still started all 82. Still playing 26 minutes a game. That maybe shouldn't be happening. Maybe shouldn't be. Swigo got his, I believe, first career start. He put up career bests. 3.6 points and 3.4 rebounds. Only 38% from the floor. He worries me, because I think if you look at his ratings, he seems like he should be pretty good, and then when he plays, he seems to not be very good. Maybe another year of development. We'll see. Bryce, still kind of developing. Three ball was much better, from 28 to 37%. It's not bad. Sion James took a step back. I mean, he was solidly in the rotation last year. Played all 82 games, started 8. This year, not so much. But pretty similar shooting splits. And he was at the bottom in terms of points per game for us. So, well, obviously we're going to slim the rotation back down. Neither of our injured players will play. We're going to keep Obi on the bench. Mate will not play. And Bryce will not play. And Swigo will not play. I think we'll play Mitchell Robinson his usual like 20-ish minutes. Diawara was in the rotation. He's going to have to play a little bit here. I guess Sion... You know what? Let's give Diawara and Sion both like 8-minute stretches. Mayhop... I'm counting on Bronny a lot by doing this. We're not going to have... Well, Obi may be back, actually. We still have 14 minutes. Do I really want Josh Hart playing 30 minutes in the playoffs? I know he plays his heart out. I know he's going to give me at least 5 boards and a few assists. There's players on this team that I can't always count on for that. Can Obi Toppin play through this? If I give him 10 minutes, is that possible? I guess it is. All right. Now to the playoffs. Here's the West playing. Here's the East's playing. Was that the Thunder I just saw? The Thunder are the 10. Did Detroit make it back to the playoffs? They are the 7. All right, let's see the play-in here. As Burries has a soft left knee injury. Oh boy. So OKC is bounced in the first play-in game. Golden State then goes on to beat Portland. That's a bummer for them. But Dallas is going to get in as the 7 and Golden State as the 8. In the East, Detroit bounced. They lose to Orlando, who gets the 7, and then they lose to Philly, who beat Cleveland, who will get the 8. So we will play Toronto. We knew that. And Burries will be fine. So we are fully healthy. So in that case, John, don't look. John is going to unintentionally and perhaps, and certainly not maliciously, but John is becoming a bit of a meme here, just for his passion for Diawara. I like him too. I don't see a path for him getting a lot of minutes right now. I'm sorry. Kuzma really destroyed an entire dynasty. And I will not let them trade him. Not doing it. We're going to give Brunson and Towns even more minutes if they can play that many. All right. Here we go. Game 1 at Toronto. They win. Game 2. I'm going to stop looking at every single box score. I'll look maybe at the end. Game 2. They win. Okay, nope. We're looking at the box scores. We lose by 18 as Brunson goes for 30 in Game 1. Game 2, we lose by 27. Brunson only 8. 1 of 9 from 3. Hart fouled out in this game. Oh boy. Jaquez is back. That's nice. We're making a change. It may not be the change you expect, but we're making a change. Mitchell Robinson is going to start over Braden Burries. Which means, my man, I need you. Luigi Swigo, the first draft pick of the series, is going to be asked to actually play minutes in a pivotal Game 3 at home. Burries is going to take both Sion James and Matthias Mayhop's minutes. And Jaquez... I forgot about Jaquez, actually. Jaquez is going... is he going to take Obi's minutes? I think we have to stick in the 10-man rotation. I kind of forgot about Jaquez. Jaquez isn't going to play a ton of minutes, though. Our lineup's all out of whack here. Let me fix this. Something like this right now. I don't know. Bronny just doesn't shoot much, does he? We're going to take a lot of his minutes. Burries is still going to play heavy minutes off the bench. Jaquez is going to play a lot. Not a lot. Obi's going to play some. Swigo, can you give me a good 10? Can you give me a solid 10? I think this is probably too many for Burries because I want a little more on Mitchell Robinson. And I want a little less on Hart. This is what we got to do for Game 3. I still like Josh Hart for the defense, but I don't know how much I liked it against Scotty Barnes after 2 games. We'll see how Cat can do against Scotty, both offensively and defensively. I think Mitchell Robinson counteracts Podol well. I think Bridges... The combination of Bridges and Hart against Barrett and Ingram rather than Ingram and Barnes, I think will be better. And then Burries coming off the bench, I think, is smarter. Brunson should be having a field day with Quickly, but pivotal Game 3. Let's simcast it. A little back and forth before we get going. 35 in the first. And looks like we're running away with it. 144 to 118. Brunson does do his thing a little better. And Burries 31 off the bench. I also wanted Burries off the bench to have a little more scoring punch. And that worked out pretty well. Swigo did not give me a great 10, but he still scored 4 and 4. Mitchell did his thing with 14 boards, and 6 of them were offensive. Bridges 26, Towns 23. I kind of like this distribution a little better. Let's go ahead and sim through Game 4. They win by 5. Brunson 31, Towns 29. Foul trouble pretty much across the board in this game. Barnes 26. Assistant GM Mullet, do you trust me? Is a real question I'm asking right now. Do you trust a crazy idea I think I'm having? Point Towns against Emmanuel Quickly. We're taking Hart out. We're going to start either Obi or Jaquez. Gosh, he hasn't missed a 3 in the playoffs, but he's not shooting that much. Or just have Burries out there. He's going to play a lot off the bench. We're going to start Obi Toppin. We are putting Cat in the post against Emmanuel Quickly. Unless they switch. Brunson's going to play the 2. Bridges will stay at the 3. Obi in at the 4. He's not obviously the best defender either. Do you still trust me after what I just said? We are going to insert my man. Where is he? We are putting Swigo in the starting lineup. We are getting wild and crazy because we have to. Something has to happen. I think I'm going to have to end up taking comments off the screen because I like when it's one at a time and they pop up, but for some reason, like 5 past comments pop up at the same time. I don't like that as much. Josh is going to play less. Swigo's not going to play a ton. Maybe Bridges has to play a little less. I feel like there's got to be more minutes to go around. There's just not. I want Burries out there a lot still. It's a crazy concept. Point towns in a elimination game in the first round. But it's Emmanuel Quickley. And if Emmanuel Quickley drives by Cat, you have to deal with Mitchell Robinson and Swigo. We do not technically have real NBA spacing on the court right now. But it's 2K simulation. I don't see how they're going to play great offense against this team. We're going to simcast it. Buckle up. Here we go. 8-point lead at the end of the first. They're going to get it back. But we brought it back in the second, and we blow them out in the third. And there you go. 149 to 126. Brunson has 53 at the 2. Burry's 29 off the bench. Towns had 15 only. So that didn't really matter, apparently. He held Quickly to just 7. And I can't see how many fouls he had yet. It's right over the foul. He only had 2 fouls. Interesting. Well, we got the win. It was kind of just because Brunson decided to actually score. Trust the process. Swigo gave us 6. Just the sheer size of Swigo at the 4 against Scotty. Now he's not playing a ton of minutes, but I don't know what else to do right now. That's just going to be what happens again. We're going to simcast again, game 6. Here we go. Another 38-point quarter. The scoring in the simcast, I think, is typically even more than the regular game. Hello, we got a close one. We got a very, very close one. The Raptors take a 2-point lead. The Raptors take a 5-point lead. Yeah, okay, well. The 2-peat is history. A year after winning the finals, the Knicks have been eliminated in the first round. We cannot beat the Toronto Raptors in a playoff series. It cannot be done. Now, they did have home court advantage. That's not what I wanted to do either. Box score, please. Brunson, 25. Point Towns, still 21 and 11. Only 1 assist. Burry's not as effective off the bench. This might be the most points Mitchell Robinson scored the entire series, 8. Josh Hart playing his heart out to get that 6-7 for us. Swigo just not shooting very well. We just didn't have enough this year. I don't know if there's a single player I can point at and say this is the reason. It just wasn't enough. All right, well, it's going to come down to the 1-2 in the East, Hawks and Nets. The Hawks, despite Dyson Daniels' horrid 3-point shooting, they have Peterson not shooting particularly well in the playoffs. Rizachet, Jalen Johnson, And of course, the Nets have Giannis and the Sewer and Olivier starting for a playoff number 2 seed team. In the West, it's the 2 and the 4 Suns, led by Luka and Spurs. Luka, Booker. They signed Braylon Mullins, and they signed Chris Sinak, who the Lakers just stupidly let walk. How are the Spurs looking? Spurs lose Stephon Castle, and still in the Western Finals with AD, who's putting in 10 and 6. Peyton Pritchard off the bench, Carter Bryant, Time Lord. It's going to be the Suns and the Hawks. Please, Hawks. I'd prefer the Hawks to win just because Luka has made me sad now. Is that fair to say? Luka Doncic has won the Suns an NBA championship. Hashtag fire Daphne. Hashtag hire Shaggy. Shaggy and Scoob to run the Knicks. Well, with the Pacers nowhere to be seen, by the way. Oh boy, it's going to be a longer offseason, I think, this time. That's unfortunate. All right, well, let's get into it. Player retirements. First off, Drew Holiday. Could have been our third point guard this year. He actually re-signed with Sacramento. He's going to retire after 20 seasons. Kawhi, I think I did override. Yeah, I already overrode his retirement. So he's leaving $56 million on the table to come back and average 14. And terrible shooting percentage. Detroit needs to not go. Detroit needs to undo what they did with Asor Thompson. It's too late for that. I see Kyle Kuzma's trying to retire. He ain't. Damian Lillard, I think I overrid his retirement last year. Averaged 10 and 2 this year. Gobert, Capella, Steven Adams. You are not retiring, buddy. You still got one more year on that contract. You're playing for the Thunder. Or they're cutting you outright. One of the two is going to happen. A lot of these guys are going to be generated G League players or the 40-year-old guys from the draft class. A lot of G League players. Okay. Staff retirements. Rick Carlisle after 38 years. And Eric Spoelstra after 32. Salutes. To the Hall of Fame goes Kawhi Leonard and Damian Lillard. Kawhi under 1,000 games played? Is that accurate? Never won an MVP, was an 8-time All-Star and a champ, multi-time champ with the Spurs and the Raptors. Dame never got that far, but a very good career nonetheless. Jersey retirements, Dame for the Blazers and Kawhi for the Clippers. I suppose. Yeah. League meetings, no new expansion teams this year. We are not going to sudden death overtime. No. Draft lottery. Should we just skip it this year? I think we just skip it this year. Sonics have the third best odds. The Rollers at 6. Now, of course, the Pacers. The Clippers have this year's Pacers pick too. Yeah, boy. Might be a while before the Pacers are good. The Wizards are going to win the draft lottery. Wizards, Jazz again. Bulls, Clippers, Mavs. Sonics will be 6. Rollers will be 8. They've yet to have luck in the lottery. I see the Thunder 12, 13. Maybe they will outright cut Kuzma this time. Yeah, that's an option to turn on. Sudden death overtime. We could go after a new head coach. Jason Kidd is the assistant GM of the Nets. Interesting. Joe Mazzulla is out there, as is Udoka, as is Steve Kerr. I believe I hired JJ Redick in my tests after Mike Brown retired. But I think we do stick with Mike. Maybe a shorter term deal this time around. He does not have any offers right now, so I mean he's a year removed from being a champion head coach. I don't think a 2-year deal is really that bad. And he's gonna sign. There you go. Now, I do foresee some roster changes coming. We do not have a draft pick this year. None in the 2029 class. I kind of didn't realize that. Now, our big three, it would still take me. We actually can't trade Bridges because he has an option, player option, which means we really need to re-sign him so we don't lose him for nothing. And he should be much, much cheaper. Now, Towns, he's been a trooper. He's putting up his 18 to 20 points, his 9 to 11 rebounds. He's playing point guard when I make him randomly in back-to-back elimination games. I really don't want to trade him right now. He's got 3 years left on his deal. But we can explore the trade finder. Now, is Anthony Black a good enough player that I would want to replace Karl Anthony Towns? I don't think so. John Morant and a pick. Heck of a scorer. Now, that goes away when he's next to Brunson, I would say. It hurts both of them. The Hawks are still trying to trade Dyson Daniels, despite being very good. Just his three-point percentage is so bad. The Pacers would trade Walker and Aldama for Cat and a first. I don't think so. The Pistons would give me Duran and a pick. He's just not the same scoring or the same type of scorer as Towns. We could steal Barrett from the Raptors, who's kind of had our number since we started the series. Don't really think that's good enough. I'll tell you, this is extremely similar to the trade I made in the test. Now, Şengün's numbers are down because they drafted the number 1 overall pick, who happens to be a center. So, I don't know if I necessarily care about Julian Strother so much, and I don't really want to trade Towns just to get Şengün. He's younger, yeah, but even when he was playing more, he's kind of the same player, if not worse. They're pretty comparable, to be honest. Jalen Williams and Hartenstein. Jalen Williams' scoring has vastly been reduced. Interesting. Cody Williams and Isaiah Evans. No, thank you. Klingon, who again is much younger but only averages 8 points a game. Castle and Sorber from the Warriors. An interesting idea, but. And then Jared McCain did average 21, 6, and 5 this year. He could be the starting 2. Now, I wouldn't want to trade a first, and I wouldn't really care to get Keita, but as far as players we could get for Towns, I think there's worse we could do than Jared McCain at this point, but I don't see a player in that trade finder that's any better than Towns. I do want to approach the topic of Jaquez being traded because while he's a pretty good all-around player, he is going into the final year of his deal, and he's not a very good three-point shooter. And when I was grasping at straws, trying anything I could, including putting Towns at point guard, playing Jaime Jaquez more minutes was not something that I wanted to do. Jalen Tyson is kind of on a big deal, kind of is Jaime Jaquez, if not worse. Kella, Ware, and Zubac. Oh, he went to the... Yeah, that's right, he went to the Heat. Jonathan Magobo in a first. This would probably signal the end of Diawara being here. I don't think that's what I want to do either. Could trade for Rio. He would probably instantly be an upgrade over our guy Swigo. Again, I'm just not seeing something that really stands out at the moment for Jaquez. Another player to consider possibly trading is Swigo, unfortunately. Swigo for Nikola Topic straight up seems kind of good. Not like the Hornets need yet another center, but the Trailblazers would give us 2 firsts. Now, again, do we need even more future firsts? Possibly. Possibly. Let's check out the Trailblazers roster before we make this pick. Do they need a center? Or are they just like, yeah, well, we have these firsts laying around? They have Klingon still. Booker could move to the 4. Moreno probably is a 5. If I trade him, I kind of want to send him somewhere where he can actually get minutes. I don't know if he would end up being better than Moreno or not. And there's also the possibility we just hold on to him still. I still like him. I just can't seem to get him to play very well, which is a problem, surprisingly. If you didn't realize, that is a problem. So I would say it might be time to completely revamp this power forward position. That could include Towns moving to the 4. It could also include Jaquez moving to the 4. I think Burries will remain the starting 2. It was probably a mistake to take him out of the starting lineup to begin with. I like Mayop for the future, but he's also still just 21. Sion James probably won't be back unless there isn't a better option. We should also have some cap space, although Brunson's going to take up, obviously, a huge chunk. I don't know exactly what I want to do, but we don't have a draft pick, so I'm not really feeling convinced there's a trade right now out there that can make us a lot better. So we're going to go into this draft under the assumption that we are not making a trade. Number 1 pick, Bamba Toure. And we have an offer at pick 2. The Jazz want Şengün for 1 first, but it's pick 2. The Rockets, who drafted a center at pick 1, they also get. Ooh, I don't know if I like this. If it was straight up Şengün for the pick 2, but it's a pick swap, and I don't know where the Suns are picking. I don't know what pick that is. The Rockets would get a lot of salary off their books. The Jazz would pair Şengün with Boozer and still have a first-round pick. It's not great value for Şengün, I feel like, but his numbers have dipped. Houston doesn't seem all that interested in him remaining as they're trying to ship him out. I'm going to let this go through. Big trade, big draft day trade. It's pick 30, so it's pretty late in the first round. There's 34 picks now. Şengün and pick 30 will get pick 2. And with that pick, Houston's getting a guard, Miles Hayes. All right, that's a big one. Start out the draft. Another potential big one. Kolek involved. You know what? Sure. This is pick 6 and Kolek for a future first and AJ Williams. Sure. Clippers get a big man. Eric Dampier Jr. Rollers go Jan Surdin from Spain. We're going to be simming quickly a lot of these picks. The Thunder. The Thunder want some veteran players. I don't know if that's a good idea, so I'm going to let it go happen. I'm going to let it go happen. Yeah. I'm going to let it go through and happen. Picks 12 and a future first for Miles Bridges and Dylan Brooks. The Thunder are getting older. But they still had pick 13 and they get a new center. And they still have their big three of Shea, Jalen Williams, and Chet. So, at least for now. The Pacers get a first rounder for a guy, sure. I believe he was a former G Leaguer. And they use that pick on Edu Santos. Now they want to trade Pascal Siakam for first rounder. Okay. And they use that for Aiden Diggs. Now they want to trade Tyrese Haliburton. No. There goes a Knuckle. Marshall and I think this is Antonio Reeves for 2 firsts. The Sonics are turning 2. Probably were these guys both in the expansion draft? They're getting 2 first-round picks. That's good business. Najee Marshall. It was Austin Reeves. He regressed. Oh, okay. So the Spurs, rather than pay Stephon Castle, are now trading for Austin Reeves. All right. Okay, sure. Why not? There's just certain teams that I'm like curious, even though I know nothing about the players. Let's make a little check-in here. Is there anybody that looks at all decent available? I'm sorry, what? Is this just the entire class? It's just the entire class, right? This isn't the players that have been... Are the good players not being drafted? Draft summary. No, they are. They are. Okay, I got confused. I got confused. A guy from Elon and another guy from Evansville both making it into the NBA. Suck it, transfer portal. All right, I got a little confused there. The Rockets traded Şengün, by the way, for a 74. Not the best draft pick they could have made. But he could always develop. We'll see. This is the guy I took in my test at this point. I took him 3rd overall. And I think this is as far as I got because I stopped after the offseason, after I took him. So we have no rookies. Mikal Bridges did accept his player option. I guess that makes sense. Jason Tatum and Devin Booker declined. Interesting. Could Jason Tatum find himself in a New York Knicks jersey? Qualifying offers. We could extend a qualifying offer to Sion James and then potentially trade him if he accepts it. Don't you dare. All right. We'll bring in Sion for now. I will not bring him in, but give him an offer. Anthony Edwards is unrestricted. Now, what about Anthony Edwards? Because right now the Bulls are the only team going for Ant. Cooper Flag restricted. Dylan Harper. It wasn't Harper they lost. Sorry, it was Castle. I think I said Harper a minute ago. Edgecombe, top 3 players of that class, and Kneppel, and Ace Bailey, and Trey Johnson. we're sitting on only 12 million in cap, and if we make trades, some of their salaries will be on our books still. So I don't think we can. I don't think we can make room for Ant. At this point, there are some guys that we could re-sign. Bronny still has 2 years. Dior still has 2 years, and Mitchell Robinson still has 2 years. Jaquez, like I said earlier, I'm not really interested in signing him right now. Mikal Bridges, his contract is very, 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 very cheap compared to what it is now. I feel comfortable giving him this, even if we end up trading him now. I wouldn't mind having him on this deal, so we're gonna do it. So as it stands, 11.6 mil in cap. You see the Bridges contract going down by 31 million next year. Jaquez would come off the books. Reminder that we have a ton of first round picks coming up in the next 2 years. Your class is in 2 years. There's the 2030 class next year, and then your class is coming. The class with you and with him. So I don't know if we want to go out and make a trade right now for somebody that's going to be, one, costing a lot of money, and two, we've got just some. I feel like we're still close. I know we just lost to the Raptors again, but we're still close. We've still got young guys that are developing. We've got cap holds on some of our younger guys. I need to make sure I get them back. Or it's just Mayhop, I guess. Because Sion James is a restricted, and then Josh Hart if we want him back again. Do you want to keep Josh Hart around? I don't mind having him stay around. He's still a good all-around player, but he is regressing. We don't have much money to replace him. We could bring back Jeremy Sohan. He's gone up to an 82. He's been a decent starter for Dallas for a couple of years. Of course, they've been very bad throughout this rebuild. Basically, the only player we're considering replacing right now is Josh Hart. OG Anunoby's available. We could bring him back. He could play the 4. Well, I'll ask you that then. Would you rather have OG at an 84 or Josh Hart at a 77? OG's about 10 million bucks. Josh Hart's about the minimum. We could move Jaquez to the 4, like I was saying, and then OG could back up Bridges. I'm noticing my music stopped. It got stuck in an ad. That's unfortunate. We are rigged for silent running now. We could even let Sion James go and sign Josh Hart and play him also at the 3 and move Bryce back to the 2. Let's see if we can't just get both. Josh Hart, where are you? He's a ways. No, he's like a 77, wasn't he? Yeah. Minimum for Josh Hart. $9 million for OG. And there you go. We will renounce Sion James in the process. He had a much better 27-28 season than last year, but OG and a newbie will be back in Avengers Doomsday. There you go. Anthony Edwards is a Bull. Con Kneppel's a Pacer. Are the Hornets interested in doing literally anything in this franchise? I guess not. How do you not keep him? Oh, that's how they don't keep him? Because his tendencies are terrible. Okay, well, now I know. Now I know. Nolan Traore to the Bucks. Jade McDaniels to the Celtics. The Timberwolves are imploding. Now, there's still some big options available. Jason Tatum is unrestricted. Devin Booker's unrestricted. Ace Bailey's unrestricted. He's outscoring Kneppel. 81% from three. Now, that's got to be at low volume. He only played 4 games last year. Did he get hurt? I assume he was hurt. I assume the Jazz aren't that good that at 88 overall was just not playing. I assume. I could be wrong. We did renounce Sion James, so now the only move we need to make is getting Mayhop back, who's restricted. We could offer him, but why would we do that? Unless he's very cheap. He's not really very cheap. I wouldn't say that's very cheap, so. Jason Tatum is now replacing Anthony Edwards on the Timberwolves. Devin Booker will return to the Suns. And Ace Bailey will go to Denver. Interesting. Cue up my song I wrote about Ace Bailey. Matthias Mayhop will be back. All right, player progression again. Swego's an 80. If it's gonna happen, it's gotta happen soon. Now, Towns stays the same. His IQ even goes up. Mitchell Robinson stays the same. His athleticism's down, but his IQ's up. But look at my man Swego. A+ 3-point rating. A- rebounding. The guy should be good to go now. He's an 80 overall. He's 7'4". He should be capable of playing rotational minutes. Diawara just isn't. He's still not quite ready. Now, the thing is, Obi is going down, and Josh Hart's really going down. He may not even play in the rotation this year. Now, the plan was to perhaps put Jaquez at the 4, and I think that's probably going to happen. He probably is the best option to play the 4. We bring back OG. I think Bryce. Well, actually, did I not sign enough players? No. Maybe Hart will move to the. Yeah, Hart's going to move to the 3, and Bryce will move to the 2. But anyway, Jaquez slightly up. OG slightly down. Bryce. He's just 22 years old. He's showing improvement as a late second-round pick. That hasn't had a huge opportunity yet. I still kind of like what I've seen from him, even though he's not a rotation player. Burries and Mayhop's up to an 80. Mayhop looks pretty similar. Just the playmaking's not as good. I don't know if we need that, though, with Brunson out there. Burries could be our sixth man off the bench. And then Brunson is falling. But he's still an 89. He's still very good. Gotta keep that in mind. Bronny's up. Mate. Our mate, Cavatapi here, is moving up. An A3 ball. Interesting stuff. Sim through Summer League. Sim through FIBA. All-Star City will be in Indianapolis. Hey. We get the 2030 class now. And next year it'll be Mullet's class. And his... See, I'm trying to build up dramatic suspense as to who this other player could be. Now, this particular draft class has a very important player. One, Armando Bacot's brother, King, but that's not who I meant. There he is, Daboni. Mohamed Daboni. He was like what is he, like 13 years old right now, and he's like 7 feet tall in real life. Also, Kaminga's brother, I guess. Bad to Daboni. That was a good one. Anthony Davis is planning to retire. Sure. He averaged like 9.5 points last year. So, what number was OG, by the way, on the Knicks? Was he 45? That doesn't seem right. Maybe it is. Eight. Okay. Yeah, it's nowhere near 45. I think when I traded him to the Pacers, he took 45 and then has kept it since. There you go. So he is back with the squad. We're just missing DiVincenzo. However, he is going to have a much lesser role than he's had. Jaquez is moving up to the 4. He does drop in overall, but it just is what it is. Hart is going to move down where he actually goes up in overall. And then Bryce James is going to move down, and he's going to drop in overall. But he's the same. They're the same players. It's just how the game views them for that position, mainly. So, resetting the roster: Towns, Robinson, Swigo, Jaquez, Diawara, Obi, Bridges, OG, Josh Hart. That is an aging position right here. My goodness. Burries, Mayhop, James. That is a very youthful position. Brunson, Bronny, Mate, who's about as good as Bronny. Maybe he should be playing over Bronny. He's got better 3-point and playmaking. He's become Tyler Kolek, but he's 7 years younger. So it's kind of the same discussion we had 2 years ago. But anyway. We've got our Ross. Ooh, somebody ruptured Achilles. Did I see that right? Murray Boyle's still out 6 to 8 months. Oh, man. He got hurt just at the end of the season or into the playoffs. Unfortunate. Mobley, a week or two. Nothing else serious. That's a bummer right there, though. He doesn't seem to have developed those tendencies quite yet. Got to develop your tendencies in this game. We're going to continue to use the same settings here for our coach. I think we're still going to start Burries over Mayop. This will be our starting 5. Jaquez now inserted at the 4. We're going to continue to roll out Mitchell Robinson as the backup center. with, is the backup 4 still Obi or Diawara? I think it's still Obi. Sorry, John. Forgot his name. OG now back will be the backup small forward. He did average 14 a game last year. Now, again, the Lakers were quite bad, so I don't really expect him to score more than like 8 points a game, like his jersey number. Mayhop and Bronny. And then our bench, still Swigo, Diawara, Hart, James, and Mate. Josh Hart is going to be rooting his heart out on the bench from now on, unless there's injuries. 58% from the free throw line. I was going to say that might only be slightly better than Mitchell Robinson, but he's still just completely terrible shooting free throws. So that is a liability. He doesn't take a ton of free throw attempts per game in the sim, but obviously in real life, hack-a-shack on Mitchell Robinson is an actual strategy they could do. So it's kind of a bummer still to not get Swigo minutes, but I can't, Now, Bronny was kind of disappointing last year. I don't plan on playing him a ton of minutes out the gate. And I think there's a world where Mate passes him up if Bronny does not shoot the ball well. So we'll monitor that. Mayhop, I do like. He didn't shoot particularly well, but he did improve once again this year. I could see him getting maybe 18 a game. With OG, obviously I can't give him that many minutes. It's going to be like a similar 18 or so minutes. Obi Toppin, really good from 3. I'm kind of in the 14-minute range for him, I think. And then Mitchell like the 18. So now we've got our starting unit. 34 for Brunson and Towns, 30 for the others. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Let's check on our expansion teams, see how they're doing with their rosters. Okay, that's a good season out of Queantance, maybe? They still have Andrew Wiggins, which is less than ideal. Herb Jones doesn't have those tendencies, man. Whitehead was one of their first picks. He averaged about 8. Mark Sears is now here. That's a team. The Sonics had the much better draft. Of course, they got Jaren Jackson, who averaged 26 and 8 for them. They don't really have a small forward at the moment. AJ Williams was a player they traded for, I believe. Nope, he was a rookie. They just drafted him. Okay. And then they got McCain, as well as Aiden Mahaney, who seems like he was a G League player that's now turned into a 80 overall. And they have Caden Boozer, and they have Bones Highlands, and they have Ben Simmons. A lot of point guards. Not a lot of wing depth, but they do have a lot of point guards. And how about my Pacers after... Oh, boy. Okay. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, my gosh. Oh, geez. I'm sad that I looked. Pacers that once were... The Pacers that used 5 first-round picks to acquire Luka Doncic for half a season. No, it was more than that. Sorry. He was still under contract after the first year. A year and a half, I guess. Look at our guy, Pacone Dadier. He's become a starter on my least favorite team. Oh no, Kuzma. The Sacramento Kings would sign Kyle Kuzma, wouldn't they? My goodness. Man, they suck. How did they even assemble this bad of a roster? I don't know. I don't know. Now maybe somebody would say that about my team. I did a Knicks rebuild and I had the Knicks winning 18 consecutive championships. How's your roster so bad? Don't know what to tell you, man. All right, we are now ready for whatever season this is. The 2030 season, I think. We st- we still have Bronny on our target list. I haven't touched this since the first year of the stream. I don't think we're getting Eamon Thompson still. Ugh. I don't know if we want Eamon Thompson. He's also kind of been replaced in the lineup, but his scoring still hasn't been as good as it should be. I still think, as of right now, I think Brunson's still untouchable. A player that I might consider trading. I mean, with the contract we just signed Bridges to, I don't know if I really want to trade him. It's probably going to be Jaquez if he doesn't perform as the starting power forward. We could look to trade him because he is in a contract year. We could also look to re-sign him if he does play well. And then a player that I would like to acquire. Is there one? Is there somebody around the league that's like that makes sense? Tajon Salon. No. No. Mr. 83 Bam? No. I mean, I might as well offer 2 second-round picks for LaMelo. They'll probably trade him to me, as bad as the Hornets have run their organization. Yeah, I like that move for the Jazz to get Şengün. And they've got Marcus Spears here. The Jazz might actually finally be good. We'll see. They let Keontae George go a couple off seasons ago. That was a bad move. Now, this is a former NBA Cup MVP, Yaki Yunis, for the Heat. He's now left, signed a big deal with the Lakers. They finally have a player above an 80 overall. Wow. What are they doing with the picks they got, dude? Like, they drafted Chris Sinak and they just let him go after 2 years. Toure could be a good player for them, I guess, if they actually keep him. Gosh. Um, Gosh, dude, Paolo at the 4 for us with Cat. I don't know. It seems good. Again, Jokic is in the final year of his deal. He's 34 now. He says he wants to resign. He wants to be a career Nugget. I don't. Uh, I don't begrudge him of that. Our worst rival of the series so far, the Toronto Raptors, have beaten us twice in the playoffs. Here's the man that made them forget about Şengün, Cameron Williams. He's primed to have a monster season. They don't have their backup center now is DeAndre Ayton, who's maintained his 80 overall. That's kind of surprising. They got Zion out there. Career Nugget should be a job title you get after working at McDee's for 10 years. I am the lead career Nugget here at McDonald's. That Suns team looks pretty darn good again. Of course, this Thunder team still looks pretty darn good too. Is this Cody Williams? Yeah, he's an 83. They've let Ant, McDaniels, Randall, and Gobert all walk, as well as DiVincenzo, who's their starting point guard to begin the series. I'm doing these bad jokes as an honor of turning 33. Is now Unk. You have become Unk. You could do worse than this after moving off Steph. Well, he retired, but Keontae George, Stephon Castle, and Bilal Coulibaly, 3 young pieces, not retained by their original teams. Jalen Green. Now, Sohan being their best big isn't great. How's Alex Sarr doing? Has not developed those tendencies. Got to get those tendencies up, man. Here's DeBanza. He's about a 20-point per game guy now. So, yeah, I didn't see a player around the league that I was like, oh, man, we got to go get this guy. So, we've got our rotation intact. It's already after 3 now. Let's go ahead and sim through the 2029-2030 season. Here we go. Towns injured 2 to 4 weeks. We're going to have him play through it. We're going to say pulled left hamstring. That's too bad, buddy. Now, normally I would say let's go to Swigo, but eh. I heard big things happen in the 2030 season. We're going to find out. We're second in the East so far. Big things are happening. Brunson has strained his hip. He's also going to play through it. No. What was that trade, dude? Sanak and a pick for Shed? No. No. Third in the East. We've hit a lull in the simulation speed. Please hold. Please hold. Is it frozen? Nope. There we go. Mikal Bridges out for a week or 2. Okay. Still averaging 14. Do we want to start Obi? He's averaging 6 off the bench. How's Hawkes doing? 8.5. He is shooting better from 3. I guess in the starting lineup with Towns, Bridges, Burries, and Brunson, it's kind of hard to get shots up. Burries averaging 17.5. Brunson's still 26. I guess he's doing what I ask him to do, you know? Just go out there, be a solid all-around player, and shoot the ball well, and he's doing that. Maybe he gets re-signed. OG's averaging about 10 off the bench. That's impressive. I like that. Maybe we do start OG. Bronny's hot. Hot streak. Shooting the ball a little bit better. I'd really love to play Swigo. Mitchell Robinson is down to 3 points per game. 33% from the free throw line. I'm going to split his minutes and give 8 to Swigo. Josh Hart rooting his heart out on the bench. We are going to go with OG into the starting lineup. And then OG's minutes are going to go to... I could give him to Hart, but I think we're going to go Bryce. He's going to get 14, and then Bronny will play a little more, or maybe Obi plays a little more. Yeah. All right. This is only a week or 2 long injury, so shouldn't affect much long term. We've fallen as low as 4th now in the East, as the simulation has slowed down again tremendously. Still faster than men. Boeheim for Sabonis. I don't see how that helps Boston. Is that Austin Reeves? Good boy. Bridges is back. No, 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 no. I think I simmed that Raptors game by accident. Boy, the sim speed is definitely going down this season. Yeah, Thunder's still looking pretty good. But we get Bridges back. OG will return to the bench. Bryce did not shoot particularly well in his opportunity. Top 3 spots must be tight. I just watched us go from third to first in the conference after a win. Probably within a couple games at most. So we go 58% in the limited time. Just can't seem to get him an opportunity. I know Cat was dealing with a slight injury earlier, and I didn't put him out there, but was I playing Mayhop 18 minutes? I guess so. Whose 4 minutes is this? Robinson? I guess so. Oh. Let's give 16 each. Let's just split the difference on these two. And then maybe Mayhop's 11.5. That's important off the bench. All right. Back to simming. No. Ooh. Birdies. You can play through that, right? Kyrie and Zubats for Dadier and Keegan Murray. Again, trading for a veteran Kyrie, an old man Kyrie sounds like something the Kings would do. So, all right. Hachimura for Sinak. The Lakers want Sinak back, and I think he's at least behind Maluach. I'm going to let this go through, even though Sinak's by far a more valuable player at this point. The Lakers probably should have had to give up a pick as well. But, oh well. We're sitting at second in the East. We've already come to the trade deadline. Now, again, I don't think there's a trade for us to make, but is there one for somewhere around the league? Perhaps to a team that is tanking like the Pacers. The Pacers have one player to trade. You know who I'm talking about. The Bucks are also still terrible. The Hornets are actually good. The Hornets are third. Wow. The snack that smiles back. Chris Sinek. Yeah, that was a worse ending, I think, than your setup. Tyrese Halliburton's 29. He's got very, very minimal help. Knepel's putting up 12 because he has bad tendencies. He's got Santi Aldama starting. I would probably ask for a trade at this point if the Pacers were fumbled around this badly. I think it's time to trade Tyrese Halliburton. Now, where to is a good question. They kind of need to recoup those draft picks they gave up for Luka. And Tyrese should get them a fair amount of draft picks in return. I would say if they could trade him to the Hawks for Dyson Daniels, that could work, but do the Hawks have a bench player that's making a lot of money? Miles Turner. They don't have a bench player that's making enough money, I would say. I think it's my first mention of Miles Turner during this rebuild. Haven't had a reason to talk about him. Kind of like the Bucks haven't had a reason to talk about him. I mean, heck, the Raptors, they managed to beat us, but then they can't do anything else. It could make sense that they'd try to go all in and acquire Tyrese if they're able. Is that Patrick Baldwin's up to an 80? Sheesh. They're playing without one of their better players in Murray Boyles. Raptors. Shea is hurt. 2 to 4 months MCL. I'm not trading Tyrese to the Thunder. Minnesota here, who lost a lot. They have no guards. They really have no guards at all. Pairing Tyrese with Tatum, you got Baron J, who's still just 23. Isaiah Evans, who's only 24. Worse things could be done. That's an option. Okay, so we got two options. Minnesota, and I already forgot the other option. Toronto. Well, the Raptors have $8 million in cap space. They could trade Jakob Poeltl. He was making $27 million. They could also trade Kobe White, who's making $8 million. The Timberwolves, on the other hand, could trade Naz Reid. The fans might revolt if I did that. I think we'll try with the Raptors. I hate to make the team that's beat us twice better, but I think it makes sense if they can afford it. I don't think trading Jakob Poeltl would be a holdup. He's barely playing, even though he's technically their backup center right now. All right, let's try to make a manual trade. First one in a while. Pacers, Raptors. The Pacers, I made them take a swing. It did not pan out long term, and the franchise has crumbled as a result. I am now going to try to dismantle them to the ground in the hopes that they can rise again from the ashes one day by trading Tyrese Halliburton for Jakob Poeltl. We still need to make up $17 million. I don't think that's going to be possible unless Kobe White's enough. It's not. Still $6 million. Miles Sampson. At this point, it's like, why would that be worth it to the Pacers? They could trade. Both of these centers are some cheeks. They're both shooting terribly. This whole team is garbage. It's really, really bad. Oh my goodness. And now it's still invalid. I mean, he's averaging 6 and 6, but on less than 30% from the floor. That's terrible. Why is he shooting so much? And it's still invalid. That roster is abysmal. Expansion draft would somehow benefit the Pacers more than whatever new teams join. We could take the Pacers out of the league. There is an option to contract teams. I think that only works for the expansion teams, actually. I don't think it's going to happen with the Raptors. We can look at the Timberwolves, though, and see if that can happen. It would take Naz Reid. That would be enough. Now, does it have to take Naz Reid? They do also have Anthony Black. Oh, no, that's the Sixers. Oh. Could they get away with just Cody Williams? Okay, we basically just have to give them a player and then the picks because this team is not spending that much money. They've got solid forwards. We could give them Steinbach, who's been a fairly important role player for this team, albeit with D- 3-point shooting. Not quite Steinbach. Well, now at 36. What do you mean 36 million? What do you mean? What? So it is going to take Cody Williams. Now, somehow he's being valued at a 3.5 star. I don't see that exactly. He's averaging 8 points on 23% from three with 61 from the line. So Tyrese is averaging 24 and 7 on a tremendously terrible team on nearly 50, 40, 90 splits. I don't know if he would command the same 5 picks that Luka did. Giannis got 4. Tyrese is right in his prime, I would say. He's 29. He's putting up, obviously less assists, but the team stinks, so that makes sense. Move the Pacers to Scranton. Jim Halpert added to the team. I think it would take at least 3 firsts. And if I was the Pacers, I wouldn't really want the Spurs pick, so I would go this one and then the 2 that are farther out. And maybe throw in a second. It's 2 less than Luka. It's 1 less than Giannis. I think this is fair at this point. The Pacers are so bad, they have to recoup some picks. Timberwolves get somebody to run the show better than Brandon Williams and Ty Jerome and a young player. They have nothing at the 2 guard spot, so Jerome can move to the 2, I suppose. They get to keep Steinbach, if that matters. Tyrese Halliburton, you're now a Minnesota Timberwolves. Why not? Yikes. It just kind of had to happen at this point. Didn't expect the Pacers to absolutely implode. And I thought the Hornets were doing a good job of imploding, but they've rebounded to be 3rd in the conference, so. This guy's 6'2", 166 pounds, and he's a 2 guard. Cody Williams has B+ post defense, but he's also got B+ perimeter. I guess he can stay at the 4. Gosh, this team. What do you even do? How do you even solve this? Well, I did my best to help their future again. And for the Timberwolves, we never did actually check where they were in the standings. Hopefully they're not completely trash this year. They're going to move Jerome up. Darn it. Keep going 1 too far. There we go. Is somebody already number 0? Oh, Tatum. Yeah. Yeah, that would do it. So they lose Ant, but they acquire Tatum and Halliburton. Well, they also lost McDaniels and Gobert and Randall, I should say. But a new duo in the West, Jason Tatum and Tyrese Halliburton. Who would have thought? When we left off, anyway, like 20 minutes ago, we were going to continue to sim. Burries is recovered. Burries is really recovered. Burries is definitely recovered. Was that the same exact notice like 4 times? I don't know. Maybe he had a minor second injury. I don't know. Yes, actually. Yes. I believe, from what I saw earlier, Jaquez has earned an extension. Oh, so the trade to Minnesota ended up happening. He's now teamed up in the West with Jason Tatum. And I meant to check the standings. Pacers. I moved Aldama to center. Cody Williams will play the 4 for now. Knupple's hurt, so Jarris Walker at 3. Moved this dude to point guard since he's... Wasn't Lou Williams like 6'2", 160? Something like that. Don't know why they... I mean, he was a 2 also, but... I don't know. Pros averaging 6. Or, sorry, 7. I didn't... That was not that was not an intentional 6-7 joke. It was not. I promise. In the West, the Timberwolves are the 4 seed, so I think trading for Hallie was definitely the move to make. The Hornets are still up there in 4th. Yeah, these top 7 teams, well, the Hawks are far and away the best team, but us down to 7th are separated by 4 wins. The Suns, Rockets, Warriors, Timberwolves in the West, Thunder's still good, Spurs are still pretty good. Let's keep it going. Did the NBA Cup just now finish? Darren Peterson wins at 30 points a game. Brunson with a bruised tailbone. He's fine. Imagine if he just like horribly aggravated that and he missed the playoffs. That'd have been sad. We're going to win close to 60 games. Jaime Jaquez. I forgot to extend him, didn't I? I stopped the sim so I could extend him, and then I got sidetracked and just completely forgot to extend him. Well, now he's broken his kneecap, and he's done for the season. So we have the same decision to make again. What do we do now? Do we go with Towns at the 4, Mitchell Robinson at center? Do we start Obi Toppin, who's not shot the 3 ball that well? Do we bring OG into the starting lineup? Do we bring our guy Swigo up? It might be Swigo time. Not to start, but to be the backup center. Play Diawara. No, John, no. Never, John. I'll never play Diawara because of you. All right. We are going to play Mitchell at the starting 5. Swigo is going to be the backup center. Nothing else has to change. That is a sad, unfortunate loss. Broken kneecap for Jaquez in a contract year. He's going to miss a lot of time into next season, I believe. Bummer. Big opportunity for Mitchell Robinson. You know? Yes, I want him to do his thing. Yeah, get rebounds, play good defense. Can you give me a little something on offense? Can you just give me a little something in addition to that? Or do I end up starting Swigo if he can't? That could happen. Bronny has upped his 3-point shooting. That's kind of it, though. Mayhop's been one of our better scorers off the bench. Maybe our best, actually. Haven't had to see Josh much. He's still been rooting his heart out. He's appeared in 6 games. Mate, unfortunately, just couldn't get him on the court. Again, prefer to have him playing in the G League, but can't for whatever reason. Now, can we avoid another major injury before the playoffs start? Darren Peterson in year 4 wins league MVP. Really an amazing season. 29, 9, and 9. Shout out Herman Cain, RIP. AJ Williams wins Rookie of the Year. 24 a game. Jeesh. Wemby still winning Defensive Player. He's still putting up good numbers. 24 points a game isn't super incredible. Sean Juan, Most Improved at 7 and 7. Scoot wins Clutch. And once again, Christopher Bell, NASCAR legend at this point for all these NBA General Manager of the Year awards. Peterson is currently injured, and Jokic as well, playing through it. CJ Rosser, All-NBA second team in his second season. 22 and 11. Oh, this is the guy Charlotte drafted at 2 that we were kind of confused about, but yeah. Yeah, he's pretty good. That's if you're going to replace Giannis, they've done a fair job getting a good replacement. Cade still making second teams. The scoring was down again this year, though. Yaki Yunus on the Lakers All-NBA second team. Halliburton makes third team with the Wolves. Giddey, LaMelo, Caleb Wilson. His development did not improve this year, but still makes All-NBA third team. And Tyron Stokes, 5th overall pick a couple of years ago. Anything else surprising? Rookie Solo Ball. He is a real person. He was in a draft class a couple of years ago. Undrafted, been developing. Still just a 76, but he's going to make the all-rookie second team. Eric Dampier Jr. All right, now we come to the 2029 playoffs. Or I'm sorry, is it 2030? This is the 29-30 season. We come to the 2030 playoffs, where the Thunder and Spurs will match up in the play-in, as well as Dallas and Utah. Cavs, Heat, Wizards, Grizzlies, in their first year in the East. Nope, second year in the East. Solo Ball? You mean the famous Tour de France biker? Yes. Probably not. Maybe. We enter with Jaquez out for the year, of course. Bummer. I meant to re-sign him. I hate to say that maybe it's best for next season that we weren't able to re-sign him. He's probably going to miss a good bit of time next year with the broken kneecap, I would think. So it is an unfortunate injury, obviously, but that's tough. Brunson, another year of 25 and 5, 46% from 3. He should probably shoot more. Towns, 18 and 11, doing his thing. Burry's 18 a game. Bridges 14, Mayhop 11 off the bench. I want to see Mitchell Robinson. I mean, he only started 4 games there at the end. The last 4 games, he scored 12 points. So we did not get better. Oh. That didn't cross my mind, but I do get it now. I do get it. That's tough. John, look away. Diawara only played 11 games. Me, also look away. Swigo only played 20 games. Did he play it all well at the end there? Not really. The guy just can't really make shots. I don't know if it's in his tendencies where he prefers to shoot from on the floor, because his ratings all look pretty solid. But what is this, 7 of 26 from the floor in these 4 games? Didn't even attempt a 3, which he has a good 3 ball. And look at his hot zone. The man's a 7'4" Steph Curry. Shoot threes, man. Shoot the three ball. Has he even attempted a single three in his career? No. He's attempted three. Three three-pointers in his career in however many minutes he's played. 459 minutes. The man's got an A plus three ball, I believe, and he's taken 3 attempts. A plus. He has a 93-point shot. Shoot threes. I mean, I can put up his tendencies, but part of that feels cheat-ish. 10. He has a 10 three-ball tendency. Man. But I mean, even like his mid-range games, an A minus, he should be able to make more than 40% of his shots. He's 7'4". It is annoying, but I mean, that's, you'd like Ben Simmons to be able to shoot, or you'd like him to be able to dunk when he's not got the yips, and sometimes it just happens. So, yeah, it's just stuff you deal with. I think he still needs to play because I think this is the lineup I want to go with. DOR is up, though. John's been looking over my shoulder this whole stream, and yesterday's stream. DOR is ready. We're going to simulate the plan. Memphis does beat Washington, but they lose ultimately to the Heat. The Cavs get the 7 seed in the West. The Thunder are out. They get beat by the Spurs, who get the 7, and then the Jazz, who beat Dallas. Cooper Flagg has not been able to do anything in the playoffs just yet. Here's Yesufu. Took a year off, developed in the G League, I suppose, and now he's averaging 15 a game. Cooper has been great and just hasn't had enough around him. I mean, they got 480 overalls in the starting lineup with him. Casey Wallace off the bench is nice. He's kind of redundant with Max Christie, but Bobby Portis, just not a great team. AJ Mitchell, was he hurt? Because I think he was a higher overall than that. He was averaging 17. Anyway, Cooper Flagg trade incoming. We're going to take on the Cavs. I think we've played them in the playoffs before. I think they had Dame still at the time, but it is no longer Dame time. Do we keep the rotation like this? I think so. It seems when I give Brunson and Cat even heavier minutes, they don't play as well. I don't know if I'm just making that up or not, but it seems that way. Let's go game by game. I know it's approaching that time, 3:40. We win game 1. We win game 2. They win game 3. We win game 4. They win game 5. And we win game 6. Good series. Got it done in 6. We win by 17, 19, lose by 22, win by 13, lose by 3, and in game 6 we win by 13. Final game, Mayhop off the bench, or Mahop, 25, Burries 21, Brunson averaged 23.5, Cat averaged about 28, Swigo is averaging 6 and 5. Still not amazing, but all right. And Mitchell is doing his thing, 10 rebounds. The Hawks beat the Heat in 5. The Magic upset Giannis and the Nets in 7. Hornets upset the Sixers in 7. And, of course, we beat the Cavs in 6. In the West, Phoenix over Utah in 6. Pelicans over the Blazers in 6. Warriors beat Minnesota in 6, so Tyrese has been bounced along with Tatum. And the Rockets beat the Spurs in 7. So, again, no Wemby. And Anthony Davis' career comes to a close. Jamal Murray Jamal Murray signed with the Spurs in the offseason. I missed that. Now, you notice you don't see Denver. Denver is extremely bad. I think Jokic, it's probably time to go. It's go time. Falcons just made another huge transaction. Breaking news. According to my sources, the Atlanta Falcons have just made an earth-shattering move and agreed to sign quarterback Trevor Siemian. I mean, hey, for a QB3, you could do worse. All right, round 2, taking on the Charlotte Hornets. We win game 1. We win game 2. We win game 3. And it's a sweep. Great impression. According to my sources. That almost kind of sounds like more Frank Caliendo's impression of Adam Schefter, more than it sounds like Adam Schefter, I think. It's too it leans into the voice too much. According to my sources, I'm Adam Schefter. Bryce James was hurt, now he's fine. So Atlanta beats the Magic in 6. We got to play them, oh boy. And then we get Phoenix and Houston in the West. Phoenix with a sweep. Houston 7 games over the Warriors. We'll take on the Hawks, who have Nickeil Alexander-Walker starting. Dyson Daniels, who they've offered to us in trades about 10 times, out currently. But Peterson is in. Miles Turner starting. Potential Phoenix-Atlanta rematch. From this series? Or all-time matchup? Was that the matchup last year? I know Phoenix won. It's NBA history. It was like, yeah, you're right. It was the Hawks. I forgot that. Okay. It could happen. Or. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You got it. Let's see what happens. We might have another finals to stop on here, depending on what happens. Yeah, that's right. You're right. Game 1, we win on the road. Game 2, they win. Game 3, we win. Oh, this would be so big to win this one. Game 4 at home. Oh, 2-2. Sways back to Atlanta. Game 5, we win. They still do not have Dyson Daniels, it appears. Kyle Filipowski is now starting at center. The Mitchell Robinson move seems to have paid off. We didn't look at any box scores in the sweep against Charlotte, but we won by 20-something, and then 20, and then 26, and then 9. And then so far in this series, we won by 2. 7, Brunson had a 40 piece. 20, our defense was immaculate. Or did we win? Did we lose that game? This is the game we lost. We lost by 9. All right. And then we just won by 38. Brunson, another 40 piece. I think regardless of this, well, I'll pause. We'll simcast game 6. See what happens. To go to our second championship in 3 years. We're looking good. We're looking strong, and it is over. Turn out the lights. The party's over. The New York Knicks will face off Luka Doncic, Pacers legend, as Jalen Brunson averaged about 30 and 5. We'll take on Luka and the Suns next time, as we've made it to our second finals in 3 years. Couldn't get the three-peat. Couldn't get past Toronto again. But next time we'll start with another finals. It's been however long I've been streaming for, 5 hours almost. We've made it back, and we'll take on Luka, Devin Booker, and friends with Jalen Brunson, Cat, and friends. Nobody injured for the Suns. Our only injury still Jaquez. I say nobody's hurt, but I didn't actually look. Porzingis. They have Crispy and Kelly Oubre. Crispy Tingy. Crispy Tingy. What's the name? Tingus Pingus. There it is. I forgot the actual meme. How's Fleming playing? About 10 a game. Of course, Booker averaging 29. Tingus. Who the heck is Tingus Pingus? You feel a little bit for Jokic. He's still putting up MVP caliber numbers, and his team has just been dismantled. Now, I like Ace Bailey. He averaged 22 this year. He kind of looks like he's Otto Porter, though. 1 assist. Or not Otto Porter. Where did I get Otto Porter? Michael Porter Jr. Otto Porter, man. And they lost Jamal Murray. They replaced him with still having Walter Clayton. So that's a bit tough. But we've made it to another finals. Mullet, it's been fun hanging out again. Shadow was in here a little bit. And John, the memory of John will never fade. As I'm still trying to work in Diawara into the rotation. It's been fun so far. I forget exactly what season number this is. Not transaction history. League history. Let's see. The 25-26 season is the real year we're in now. So this is only year 4? No, 5. This was 4. We're in 5 now. And soon, not this year's draft class, but next year, we'll get you into the league as well as him. But that'll be for next time. I think I'll also try to find some more expansion teams to add for next stream, so for next year, which means once again we'll be losing a player possibly to the expansion draft. And since we did not already re-sign Jaquez, he may not be eligible to be protected. He might end up being the one we unprotect. That might have to be the case. Am I a top prospect or just a prospect? I will say you are one of the top prospects, but there is a top prospect. He is coming. We all should be afraid. Well, we say that, but what about all of our future draft capital that we have somewhere? Can I not look at future picks right now? I guess not. We have 8 picks in the next 2 years. And there's a reason I've been stockpiling. Just in case. That's the plan anyway. We'll see. Well, 2 drafts from now, our team's getting awfully up there in age. Most guys. A lot of guys. Could Swigo be our starting center at that point? I don't know. He may not even be the 3rd string center anymore. I don't know. We've built a fun team, though. This is now the 2nd finals in 3 years. And I bet you, I'm going to use your logic, I think a team primarily with orange will win the finals. New York Unks. We're bordering on New York Gramps. 5 guys in our top, 7 players above 32. Am I? You kind of are. You kind of are. I don't want to. I don't want to show you yet, but it'll be soon. If I stream again tomorrow, we'll get that far. I don't know if it'll be tomorrow or not, so we'll see. But oh, this was fun. I'm gonna go play Uma Musume now. Actually, I need to edit timestamps for this, and then also make a thumbnail, and then also make a find expansion teams to use. I'll try. It kind of does depend on when I wake up, because if I wake up at like noon and I know I'm not going to be able to do a long stream, I may not be able to. So I'll let you know either way. I'll message in the channel when I get up. Either way, my goal is to try. So we'll see. It may so happen that Human is on tonight to play some games, so I might be up later than I have been the last 2 nights. I don't know. Although she probably won't be up too late. So yeah, we'll figure it out. No problem. I'm having a lot of fun. We're having success, which makes it. I don't know if that makes it even more fun, or because I do like the challenge of rebuilding. So even if we were sucking it up, I think we could still have some fun. But Mullet, since you're here, before you head out, I have one singular individual poll for free on Uma Musume. Let's see what we get. The power of the Mullet birthday rebuild compels you, Tazana, to give me a good character. It's a 1 star. It's King Halo. The stream is ruined. No, I'm just kidding. King Halo's cool, but she's only a 1 star, man. Alright. I'll let you get out of here. I'm gonna head out. Another finals next time. Till then, Godspeed and farewell.